Time for some late night streaming because why not? Screen is not doing very well on green screen isn't set up very well. Using the moment. Huh. Wind blowing it because of the window. Whatever. All good. Hit up my Discord. Already listed. Ugh, I don't like this one. Enough. Fair enough. Okay. They've been told, let me get the restream chat up so I can actually see all the chats at once. Important. Good enough. Head over to the side so I can also see all the different extra windows that Unreal likes to give me. Throat. I don't know what it is like. Around this time of night, I'm just like itchy throat. Feel over dead. I'm allergic to game dev. It's been clearly proven over and over. Game dev bad. I know why I do this to myself. I've only got so long to live. It's like radiation, evidently. This is a joke, just in case. I saw someone got banned for drinking too much because Twitch thought that it was causing them self-harm. Yes. I didn't understand. I'm like, but. My pipe maze continues. Guess I can use weird angles. Some of the toy rooms are nonsensical. That's okay. Half the fun is making things weird. So people wonder why in the world it's set up like this, and the answer will be, eh. This will be one of the few rooms that's set up more like a toy puzzle and not a functional room. Let out some too, but I'm gonna bend it down anyway. I'm gonna have a hole into a different room. I want to do that. I already have it in this room here. I don't know about that. Might keep this maze self-contained. Just to make it more interesting. Let's put another spline point in there and make it a little closer. Oh. Just started like an hour ago. That's when a lot of my Discord people are about. So I do like having weird drop-offs like this into places. Maybe this is where... Well, actually, I have a little table here, but I could also block areas off. I think I'm just going to do... I should probably use cubes instead of planes, though, right? Probably. Yeah, I like that idea better. I'm getting a lot of this geometry actors, so I'm going to have to start finalizing a bunch of them. Oh, that's... Oh, that's right. V5 did a weird thing that makes it less good. You have to actually click that in order to click the component there instead of the whole thing there, or it just doesn't show the geometry stuff there. Can't change things. It's really just an extra click for no conceivable reason that I've ever seen. But that's just how Epic is sometimes. Sometimes they do really great things, other times they just do things that make it take a lot more work for no apparent reason. Like, why Epic? Why would you do this? They're like, we don't know, because it's fun. I'm like, oh. That's weird. Get our little fun slide going on in here into this block here. How big does this need to be? Well, first off, it needs to not go through the wall. I'm gonna have to go through and make a whole bunch of these into stuff. I guess instead of doing it this way, I could, this makes perfect blocks, though, thing. Because I could also just put boxes places. I can also pile crap to make it work, too. Like, this kind of stuff is a little weird. I guess the collision is perfect, though, at least. This won't necessarily be perfect. I have to reach chat, because it's a lot more useful than the regular chat. I'll just duplicate it and play around and see what happens. This goes into the ground. Wow, never mind. Mistakes were clearly made on this one. I wish it just moved out from one side. Like, it makes no sense for it to move both ways. Very weird. I've always wondered why it does that. Active. I was fine. Well, probably helps. Oh, that's right, because I haven't selected all these sides yet. New selection method is so stupid. Clearly a fail on Epic's part. And I guess I put a circular hole in this one right here. Give it 60 sides. So it's round. Is this even that cool? Or is it better to just have a pipe made? I guess you basically want 3 different paths, right? We'll have these break off here in 3 different ways and a pit in the middle of it. It just, you know, to screw you over. And they're gonna like maneuver through all these things. I'm just gonna make this huge pipe maze that goes through this whole area and then eventually leads you to here. At least that's the theory. I didn't borrow any sets of stairs though. Maybe something else as walls. I'm not sure I like these ideas as much as the others. I don't know, maybe. They're kind of savage on collision. He doesn't really do circles very well. Collision. But, we'll see. Oh, there's another pit right there, jeez. I don't know if I like this room or not. It's definitely unique though, and I think having unique things to do is also not a bad thing. I also need to set her health to full because I've had it on beat up for a while just to test that out, but it doesn't really serve a lot of function in having it that way. I want it to be relatively hard to find the right way. I think multiple tries, probably. Just so it's a little bit different. Find a way up to that. I didn't get out that way. Huh. Just gotta rework it because I can't get up that way at all. This is why we run through it. Because I need to be able to get through these things, and yeah. Apparently that is not possible. put something behind or something. This time of night's probably terrible time to stream. I don't know why I even stream this time of night. I'm just kind of available during this time. That's really what happens. And since I'm available, I just kind of do this time. I convinced myself to get up earlier and start streaming then. This, can I get through this? Probably use a different connector too. I definitely can. Sometimes the jump is really not very good. Like, it's very laggy, but probably also just because I'm streaming with all this crap open. Not exactly ideal. Easy to make the jump when you do that. Got caught on there. Uh-oh. Got her. But I'm almost out of sanity. No. I made it. Why did she caught on? There we go. Oh, I'm out of magic. Yep, forgot about that's a thing. Out of curse, I should say. I feel like the curse should build up faster. You see how long I'm waiting? It's really not very fun to wait this long. Whereas the other stuff comes back pretty fast, just in testing, it's not very good. I do kind of like having to carry them through these mazes, so... I need to make it more interesting to look at, though, I think. Yeah, it runs out really fast for this. Oh, nice. Like, it runs out really fast. Almost too fast. Play with some numbers. It's the bath. Oh, yeah, spirit, which I'm not even necessarily using, it's just on there in case. I'm gonna speed these up and test them. I just think it's too way too fast that it's gone. Then you gotta wait 100 years to get it back, and that is so boring. Nastiest acid reflux today. Oh, it's just a free heal if you buy these at this point. Fair enough. Actually, you can kind of just carry it a bit and not have to worry too much about it. Even that nearly ran out, but fast to come back now. It's a little less tedious. I don't know about the waiting around thing, but at the same time, I mean, I have to limit it somehow. I'm at a curse. There's not throwing her up there. Can't throw her up there. Oh. The end goal is it. So I can actually see. Well, let's say I rescue her from up here. Where am I going to take her? And I guess I have to block this off, so you have to go through the maze with her. And you'll probably have to just throw her across these pits, basically. So if that's the case, this would be like everyone's least favorite room, I'm imagining. Probably. Just grab all these to get the job done. Have a plan. I kind of want to make the maze out of crap, though. Whatever. And I actually should probably raise it up, honestly. Maybe not that wide. There. Gotta go with the painting anyway. And there was a circular one somewhere on here. Oh, there was. Well, I copied it. Thought I copied it. Maybe I didn't. Only two, I guess not. Yeah, fair enough. I'm gonna have too many brushes, that's why it's taking so long to load them. Mistakes were made. Doing this, bring this up here. Myself a pipe maze. I like pipe mazes. I guess this doesn't have to go all the way to the floor, because going to the floor just means I don't have to deal with that problem. I regret streaming on YouTube because I can't listen to any good music. I have to listen to whatever game dev music. Sucks. Really? Guess I could have an output too, just in case. If you summon back in here, you can jump out into the maze and through. Not a bad idea. The output could just be by the door as well. You could just jump right onto here. Let you get to those two locations pretty easily. That's probably the right call. Not too bad. Slowly turning into something interesting. Kind of want to raise this up so it looks more like a normal thing. One of the big problems is if they can climb on the pipes at any point, then they could use those as a way to cheat through everything. That also. Tired of that being on 50. I'm not sure what the stats are going to be. Balancing this is going to be high, but whatever. I'm not sure if Spirit's even going to make that bad. I think that 3 stats is more. Honestly, 2 stats might be okay too, but the problem is how do I balance it, you know? Let's make her like a plant where she's like, you know, better off in light. She gains health back in light, but then does that? But then it defeats the purpose of the entire star mechanic. It was a horror game. Make more sense. I even like this setup. I don't know. And you really can't just have these places sitting around. You're gonna have to have something around for them to go with. I need kind of like little junction boxes for events to happen or combat. Like there could be a combat in these things or something. Do I really want to build it with those? I mean, you can't make perfect holes for the pipes, that's true. It does seem a little weird though. It gives me a bunch of pipes that fit together. Isn't too weird. These boxes are kind of... I don't think I'm gonna have any tables. I could make a pipe that's actually like bigger, like a little pipe room. Oh. Not sure what he's even using. That doesn't really work. Even though I like the material better. Really work. Really, these pipes use it. Oh, so Snarl Gear's instant. I hope they'd be like the same thing there, because this is just ugly to look at. This isn't too ugly to look at. It's kind of strange it has the gears on it, but maybe it's intentionally supposed to be like that. Also might not have these kinds of things. You could make party boxes. Party, party, party. Prize box. I guess it's more festive. Not wrong. Do that just to kind of make it less drab looking. I hate how UE4 has this weird error like that, where like if something's clicked like that, you click something else here, it'll often just sit there, and like now it's showing me this, and it won't actually click the sky thing, and it'll do that with these box brushes. Or just geometry in general. I haven't started in that, and I haven't really seen it. Well, I mean, it's just, I hadn't seen it before this, so. That's more playful, but yet slightly disturbing, so that's good enough. I actually kind of like this. They'll lead to various boxes in places. I don't hate it. So much of this is just me messing around to see what's actually going to work out. I don't even know a lot of times. I just kind of mess with it until I like it. Like I have some idea of what I want, but only some idea. A bit of festiveness isn't too bad. I did change the size. One of those, click that. Made this so much more annoying than it was before. Produce a bit of a what's it called when you have problems with light? That problem. Did I select all adjacent? I think I did. No, I didn't. Did not duplicate. Duplicating is overrated anyway. Why is it not duplicate? Hold Alt and you drag. Then like you can hold Alt and drag. So it's literally what it is. Guess I can Control D it. Sure. My keyboard not working? It is. Duplicate it. It's just not duplicating it. I've literally duplicated it multiple times. What's the problem today? Click off it, click on it. Maybe it just doesn't like it if a side selected. Maybe. Yeah, I just didn't like it because the side was selected. Random UE issue. I love UE, but at the same time, it's got some really weird, like just things it does. We're just like, oh, okay, that's bizarre. Thank you for that, UE. to raise it up, not the up, whatever I was doing there. Kind of difficult to place this sometimes. That should be good. And you can fun slide into that. It's not really a slide, but I definitely don't want to necessarily just be able to go backwards through the maze. No fun. Definitely more festive than these boxes here, which look weird. At some point I'm gonna have to go through and convert all these into the right shapes, and then I can I could do something with them, because right now there's 54 of these stupid brushes on the thing, and that's just a lot of brushes. Right? There's a whole bottom floor that could be converted, but I need to put holes to them where I want to put them. It's possible I make a temporary floor, though, in the meantime, just so I don't have to deal with it. I'm still kind of in... Oh yeah, I put a train under, because I'm going to eventually have a train to ride around on. Sweet. Yeah. I'm sure I'll have to do some things on it to make it cool, but... Actually, this one's got good collision. I don't think the rest of it does, though. Definitely have to complex collision this. There ain't no way I'm gonna be able to do a lot of it. But still, I got some ideas. I'll make it work. It'll be cool. I need more train cars, though. I don't have any train cars. The most train I have. Very sad. Yeah, it didn't come with any train cars. What this? Huh. I don't know. What this? Oh. Huge. I assume it goes on the train itself. It has all this stuff to make the train. I'm just like, guys, it could have just been a real simple model. I don't need every little piece. I'm not building model trains. I mean, it is a model train, but I'm not building them specifically. To make a safe box for Poppet. I'll probably design more of that room later. Just having an idea what it's going to be, because it's going to be like this room, this room, this room. Probably into this room, and into this room. I think the key will here for Patrick's room will be back this way, so you backtrack into here and fight Patrick. Just giving him a whole room to play in, because I didn't like the bucket floor, it was too weird. From there, I'm assuming you get the greenhouse key. Which you probably go through the pipes to get to the greenhouse, or maybe you get there early. Actually, the greenhouse can have Patrick's key. Buffy. Patrick's key. Oh. It actually changed it at all? I don't think so. I didn't. Okay. Alright, Patrick's key. Name is not Patrick. I was like, wait a second, what am I missing here? There's extra R in there for some reason. Nice. How exciting. Probably have something, you know, with her leaving messages for each way to go. What they are. Bursch. The Bursch. It's going along, then boom, Bursch. You're not questioned. I just want to. I should totally question the Bursch if you want. I'd question it. Definitely seems a little strange, but hey, you know, sometimes you question the Bursch. How is this a cylinder brush? Oh, it's this cylinder brush. Okay. That was selected where there's like, that looks very not cylinder-like to me. Well, cheated. Cheated by the cylinder brush. This is unsweetened tea. You want tea right now? I want water. Drinking a lot of tea lately. Oh, almost. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna switch my rubber back. I don't know, my tooth in was there. Awkward because it happened on Monday, so I had it for a bit. Like the second time today, though, I've seen like it's been a bit of bleed. Uh-oh. Maybe it's just normal, I don't know. Hard to say. Hard to say. Hopefully. I have enough problems going on right now that I don't think I need additional problems. I guess I'm gonna delete all this and then just... Nice. Maybe why haven't been feeling so amazing lately today. Tired. Even though I slept a bunch. Just worn out, I guess. Or that's, you know, infected or something. Just hoping that's not the case. Definitely was, I don't know, something good this week. It's been pretty rough. A lot of bad things happened this week. A lot of good. Some win, not some loss. What? I just have the weird, here. Taste the weird blood in my mouth. It's terrible. It's just a little bit, though. Just kind of noxious taste. Not like... Which all day, it's just been like... Not quite it. I do that. I should stream earlier in the morning. It seems like I get the most people then, and I get the least people when I know now when I have to start streaming. For like 2 hours before anybody even. Like, Really? I want to delete the cylinder brush. I'm trying to delete this other crap. Click off it, click here. Oh, it's not being blocked by the cylinder brush. Weird. Why is... I just rotated funny. Like, this makes no sense. I select the surfaces, but I guess it's not an option here, huh? There you go. Gotta click off it, then click on it to achieve the results you want. I select all adjacent? Maybe. So I need to basically maneuver this up some more. I got a different one. Oh, which one I want to use? I could use a four-way on here and just do weird things with the four-way. A good four-way. Pick the worst day ever to stop caffeine. Well, not stop it, but really reduce it. For some reason I thought this was a good plan. I mean, it technically, but never gonna feel like a good plan. Not necessarily. I want this. Not even confident I can run through that pipe yet, but we'll find out. Maybe. Always really hard to gauge exactly what Poppet can fit through. So tiny, she can fit through quite a bit, but it's kind of like a cat who can get her head through, you know. Something once a cat can get its head through something, then you know it can pretty much just get its whole body through. But Poppet's like that, but oh. Get there. That's just an awful experience right there. Maybe working on that. This area's okay. No problem getting up here. Aha! Toss her. Funsies. So whatever happened here, I don't know, but it's no bueno. Pretty much this happened here. Like that, it'd probably get the job done. The streaming things running does make the game launch much slower, but that's okay. Oh. Heated by the pit. Not running all the way around. Not for a test. At the very end, I plan on running through it. Times test it out. Definitely better. I don't know what I do for the rest of this here. Like I need to have probably at least 3 different paths that kind of start diverging all over the place. Goal character up there. The end goal to get through that over there that I haven't even built a pipe for yet. But I do want pipes that lead backwards just to screw with people. Grab the non-messed with pipe. Hoping to kind of confuse them. How am I able to grab the spline and move it the spline, but not the actual thing? I have questions. Many, many questions. We'll pass. Be so much fun. You can just do all sorts of weird crap with it. Let you do it. It's like, whatever. That's fine. Play a building game? Nah. Just mess with UE. It's the same thing. Again, I was able to move the spline. I like that. What am I doing? I have no idea why I was doing it that way. That's just stupid. Why don't I just extend this one? Trying to make them all match up. Okay. Whole point of a spline is you can just add as many things as you want to it. That's why we have spline pipes. There's disturbingly few gears in this room, though. Steampunk, it feels like it should have gears everywhere. Just on general principle. Make it a little more inviting. Hey, Shadow Dragon. Pretty much, yeah. Just messing around. Doing my thing. So just, I'm feeling really tired today for some reason. Even though I've slept a whole bunch. I'm annoyed that my, the crown I got on my tooth is kind of bleeding a bit. Not too bad, just wiggling there. Got it Monday, and it's been honestly taking longer to heal than expected. Like, oof. Sure hope it's not an infection or something. Terrible. Not the least of which it was like $2,000 for a crown, so goodness knows I don't want to go back to the dentist for more anything. Or at least a little while. I tone down the curse effect still. I wanted to show that there's a curse effect happening, but I don't want it to, this doesn't really connect very well. I don't want it to be, so prevalent. Yeah. That works good. When in doubt, just add more spline points to fix things, so that's a little less weird. Oh, basically the purpose of the maze is going to be to hide Annie's on up here. Here. He is currently sitting on this thing over here, but I'm going to probably move her somewhere in the thing there. And, get her over into this room here to throw her through the painting. And there's a secret exit out. Does it all go to one place? I'll have like side areas that it can go to that are where you can find stuff. And then dead ends that just kick you out to the bottom where you're just sad and you have to run out there out the fail exit and then start again. Failures exit. We'll try again. I'll be kind of moving around a bit. I'm always happy to hear ideas. Goodness knows. Some of them turn out pretty good. Some ideas are weird, and I'm like, ah, fam, that doesn't make sense, but always happy to hear them. This does not go into here. Which is the right way to this? I could have intentionally take a leap of faith, which I'll probably do down to like this one, and then have this one go up towards something else. Because I want him to not be able to backtrack necessarily. Blocking, but you have to go 2 rounds? Like, why would you make him go through the maze twice? Like, it'd be one thing if I had like a button you pushed and that opened away, I guess. I don't think anybody wants to run the maze twice. At least not that I can imagine. I don't want to run a maze twice. I'm debating on if I find this room even fun in the first place. Not sure if I do. But it will at least be different. I'll get that much. I don't plan on doing any other mazes probably, but I'll do it to him like once. After that, I'm gonna try to make every room somewhat more unique in how it plays out. They don't ever get bored. Well, I mean, every maze you have to run in a specific way in order to actually, get through it. But I mean, to beat this here, like to find the way through, you have to get this character, and then you have to carry her all the way through the maze to the exit. So it's essentially a way you're gonna have to get the goal first and then go the rest of the way. Because if you just go the rest of the way, you'll be able to open the painting world and go in the painting world. But the problem is she has the key to get to through the next door. So without her, you can't even get her. And then you're sad. Mouth is unhappy with me today. I think I want him to have to fall down. I'm this into here, so it actually like stairs going to it. Like I just went to the dentist, even though I didn't just go to the dentist. Zero out of 10, do not like. So delete a spline point, add a spline point. Where am I going with this? I need a junction point. I don't know if I want a full junction. That's kind of... Do I want 4 ways out of this? Oof. Maybe. It is a maze. If I make it too long, though, I have to give them some way to recover their sanity. They don't die. They don't have the star for this one. I gotta pull it back from there some. I guess once they get to where Annie is, they can recover their sanity that way, so it's not like the end of the world. Have a few in towards the golem and have it drop out into probably here. I don't know if I like this because you can just jump right into the maze from there, and that's no fun. Better to have it where you are unable to continue without going through the very start. I'll block that off. I don't have an exact plan for how this is all going to get laid out. I'm just, you know, winging it and tossing pieces in to see where it all ends up. It has to be suitably obnoxious because all mazes are, you know, inherently obnoxious. Not so obnoxious that, you know, they're going to be upset having to do it. I don't plan on having very many mazes like this. And this is probably going to be the only one. Mazes are fun when they're a novelty. They're not very fun when they're like a regular thing. And even then, it feels almost like a lie to say that they're even that fun as a novelty. It's going to be a bit much of a bend. So... Bye-bye. Back. Your plan is... Wait, what? Start, you go in here... Like... So what does this mean? Like... I have to go in and push buttons at places in order to open things or something? Is that what we're talking about here? So you have to run to each of these locations and then back? I don't really get what you're saying with this. No. I mean, if you have to, like, run backwards just to unlock things, that's awful. Why would you do that? That doesn't sound fun at all. Yeah, I don't know about that. Like, if you had, like, some sort of button puzzle, like you push a button, then you have to race through, I could almost see that, but I don't know why you would ever want to make it where they had to go back like that. Like, you go forward, then you gotta go back, and then you go forward again. Unless there's something to push, it just doesn't sound that fun. There's something to push, I guess. But I don't really know how I'd logically have anything to push in here. Since it's, well, just a bunch of pipes. Man, I don't know. I could definitely have a button set up, I guess. Mostly the point of this is that you have to carry the NPC through the maze. I appreciate the idea. I use it for something else. I don't think I'm gonna use it here necessarily. I don't, I think it fits terribly well with what I'm currently working. But that doesn't mean that it can't be used somewhere else. Because, like I say, the plan of this one is literally to carry an NPC through the maze. And the real challenge is going to be that, you know, your sanity is slowly running out as you're doing it. So if you take too long, you'll die. Kind of my plan. There is a midway point to refill at. I may make it if you lose her, you have to go back and get her. That's possible. That might happen. On the other hand, I might just let you leave her wherever she's at, and then you have to go find her in the maze because you dropped her somewhere. I don't hate this idea either. I mean, they're both options. So it's, yeah, I mean, I can refill twice like that. I mean, like... I could have more than one refill point too, I don't know. So I'm gonna have something up here for them to do that, so I'll probably have some sort of cabinet with a box on top. Now it's just a shelf. Have you jump to it. But the problem with the shelf is then you can get outside of the maze. And I don't want that. I don't want you to be able to get outside the maze. Unless you fall to the ground, and then it doesn't matter, because if you're on the ground, then you can't get back up into the maze, so I don't care anymore. I have all these little weird paths that go into strange places that don't do anything. First plan was just to make the right way. This way I have something to build off of, and then just leave a bunch of extra paths so I can drag them all the wrong way. I have no idea if this is going to be fun. It just seems kind of weird. But, it's an extra idea. I didn't think that was less crappy. Okay. I mean, they'll realize it's the wrong way, but that's fine. I've been debating if there's going to be hidden messages in these rooms. There might be. Or just something happening in each of these rooms. Ah. I just decided I'd have boxes places, so this way it was more like actual little rooms to run into, so it was more interesting than just pure pipes, which is just sounds awful. To be completely honest, it sounds terrible. How do I have this green block in the chat? There. Well, yeah, that's how it is that there's all these weird pits that drop you out into onto the ground, and then the only way back is to run through the failures gate, and then run back into the toy maze. So there's lots of restarts. Or things that just send you farther back into the maze. And it's like, okay, well, have fun. That's been my entire plan, is just drop them into various places and watch the fun. So far, the most devastating things are just these ones where there's just an opening at these junction points and you just fall through and start paying attention. Those are so obnoxious. I'm gonna probably put more in too. But I can't put them everywhere, because if I put them everywhere, then they're not a surprise anymore, and then people won't fall for them very often. Every once in a while, there's just no ground. It's just you fall. Stupid. Use. Oh. One of the spawners is right there. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's definitely going to be pipes everywhere. It's going to be... I'm definitely going to put a bunch of time into making it a maze so it's more entertaining and hide things in it. Not every wrong way is going to lead to something bad, too. Sometimes you'll get something out of it. I want to encourage them going the wrong way, too. Also, I want to encourage them going back because they go, oh, well, there was something in there. I missed something. I can't decide if I'm going to have a way that can only be unlocked if you happen to have an ability. I might not do that to them. That's pretty mean. Hierophant puzzles wouldn't work in here because the pipes are too small. And the magician could kind of work. But I don't know how well it'll work. Kind of debatable. So oh, well, I mean, I could put additional pipes too to make it look neater. That's true. Yeah. I may sneak more things in here. I mean, let's be real here. When you go into here, it's going to look like this, so... You're not really going to be able to tell where everything is just by walking in here and looking. Given Poppet's size, he's so small that, you know... Like, you're not going to get a whole lot of information out of just looking over that and going, okay, well, you know, there's a secret way out. The destination is right there, but you can't get in that way. Well, if one of the later abilities you could, but by the time you have that, you'll have beaten this room ages ago. Yeah, otherwise, I mean, you could run in here underneath and start looking under all the pipes to try to figure out where everything is. That might help you. Maybe. I don't know if it would or not. But I'm definitely going to have multiple layers of pipes. I may have another checkpoint area. Oh, there's no need to block it. There's no way to make this jump up there. But later on, there is an ability that will let you fly up there, so that would actually let you in at that point, but that's super far in the game. If you wanted to come back here at that point, then sure, whatever, I don't care. There's not much reason. The reason I have this is so that you can use the painting to teleport back, and then you can intentionally jump out here in order to access these rooms. So it's actually, you know, designed so that later on you can backtrack and do that. Also, once you have the key and you've gone to the painting world, you're going to want to come back to this room anyway, jump down, and then basically run through the failures gate in order to get to this door over here to go through. So that's why that's actually there. I thought about putting it onto this side, but the reason I opted for this side is it's more useful for accessing these two rooms just in case you want to later on. And forcing them to run through here means they have to, all the battles that are available are now again used content, so they can actually fight their way through that too. So that's kind of the plan with it. I'm gonna put the boss in Patrick's room, but Patrick's room has actually entrances on both sides. So you're probably gonna enter through this room, but I was reworking Patrick's room because I didn't like the bucket fort that I made earlier. Yeah. I'm probably putting Patrick's key somewhere in this room, imagine. Or should go all the way back to get to him. And he'll have the key to unlock probably the tea party. I'm not saying tea party, but this the dining room. Yeah, dining room. So now, because of how this is set up, you can actually access this whole hallway in advance. You just won't be able to access this room. Wrong side. Bottom one's the one, right? Nope, I'm dumb. I did replace both. Undo. Undo. It's this one. Nope. Wait, no, that's right. Not right. Right now. Dumb. There we go. Done. Welcome back, Chaos. Not a night on, Twitch if you aren't bringing chaos. Where's the restrict? Yeah. Having the Hall of Records be available in advance is interesting. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with that. Because originally there was like a hole in the wall, and the hole in the walls had to be gone through all this stuff to reach, and then you got into the Hall of Records, or the chapel. I know. Yeah, it shows up and says the same message, unfollows then follows. And I just like to say random things because it gives me something to talk about. That's really what it is. I don't really know what someone gets out of that. If they want to follow me and unfollow me every single day that I stream. All that actually does is just give me something to talk about. It does actual nothing otherwise. Like, they don't gain anything out of it. There's no financial incentive or anything. It's kind of weird that they're doing it, but maybe that's their kink. I won't kink shame it. What in the world just happened there? I'm trying to collect both things. Perfect, perfect. I need a cylinder. Actually, the brush is fine. You'll do. Yeah, there are lots of times where I'll be streaming for like hours to nobody. So anything to talk about is nice. Because I mean, I'm actually pretty practiced at just talking about what I'm working on. The big joke with streaming was always that, you don't take up streaming because you necessarily want to be popular. You take up streaming so no one thinks you're crazy and you talk to yourself. You just go, oh, he's streaming. It's clearly normal to talk to himself. It's the same thing as giving like a homeless person a phone. Like, if the homeless person is just sitting there talking to themselves all crazy, like just whatever, you're just thinking, back away. But if they have a phone in their hand, normal person. And they might still be no one on the other side of that phone, but That's how I view Twitch. I am, in fact, that crazy homeless person who just found a phone to talk on. Just happens to be Twitch. And YouTube at the same time. I can be twice as crazy. The part of me wishes I wasn't streaming also on YouTube, so then I could actually listen to music that was not, you know, just canned game dev music that I got off of Humble Bundle. I could probably listen to like Spotify or something, because I would just delete the stream afterwards and it wouldn't matter. You cannot do that on YouTube. YouTube will literally start giving you strikes midstream. It's adorable to watch. Like, thanks, YouTube. I've had that happen before. When I foolishly watched like 30 seconds of someone's they did it was Sword Art Online Bridge. So there's the abridged version there. I watched 30 seconds of it, and they flagged the whole stream for that, and I was like, okay. This is a video on YouTube that they didn't bother to copyright anything like that. They just decided to, you know, oh, sorry, you can't watch this. I'm like, okay. I'm sad now. I am the sad. I forgot if it was like, I think there was actually music somewhere hidden in that tiny fraction of a second or something, and that was enough to do it. I can't remember exactly. I think the interior box has a different texture. That's weird. Huh. How is that possible? I have questions. They'll make it so you can't get back up and you'll have to go into a different way. So where is this pipe gonna go? I can't block this door. So this pipe is very limited on where it can go, if there's gonna be any way it can go at all. That means this pipe can't be on this side. I just can't block that door. Be on the other side though. I love geometry brushes. They're so great. You won't be able to go back this way, so where are we heading after this? I guess I can go under the table. We're already so close to the beginning. Do I actually just loop it back around to here to be a jerk? Because then if you happen to take this route and run all the way down here, you get into a room where you go, oh, I can't go back this way. You gotta run all the way back. That's just kind of a jerk move. I like it. Or I could have it just drop me on there. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a half measure here to make it obnoxious in two different ways. Because one way is just not enough. Let's just say I'm going to be the reason why we can't have nice things. Here's a plan. Sorry, on the right thing. I don't want this stuck in there because it's obnoxious. Just the camera will flip out, and I don't want that. I want it to be obnoxious because the maze is annoying, not because the camera is annoying. You know? It's fine if the game is obnoxious, not because of the camera. Or the controls. Those two things should always be, like, 8. Granted, the camera's going to need a lot of work because you got to make it ignore a bunch of things, but it's not actually that hard to make it ignore the pipes. Oh, wait, if it ignores the pipe... Wait, I don't want it to ignore the pipes. I want the opposite. Alright, let's spin this around here a bit. With a bit of fun here. They have to be pretty gradual, because if they're not gradual, then what happens is Poppet just cannot reach it. Like, she can try, but there's just certain angles she can't make. I could have a room underneath the table too. That's fair. I guess having a room gives you one more thing to mess with that might be interesting. I don't hate it. I don't know if I like it, but I don't hate it. So in the absence of having an idea if I like it or hate it, I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna make this room way smaller than this. I'm just grabbing this box because it's convenient. That it's still sticking into the table a little bit. Okay, I need to shrink it because those are sticking out of the top. I don't want floating boxes, so going out of way to make certain they don't float. I mean, there's the cursed items, but that's perfect. You want the cursed items to be their own separate thing. That's kind of what I want. Is basically, I don't want the environment itself to be what's cursed. I want just the various objects to be cursed. The environment, I just want to be a bizarre factory. I mean, like, most of the factory is going to be pretty normal looking. It's just Charlotte's rooms that are weirder because no one's really supposed to be up in these areas. It's just her little rooms designed to be full of playthings for her. Keep her occupied. Oh. I could actually color code these junctions too to make it easier to tell where you're going and stuff. I don't hate it. Hey, see, having a okay, let's go by gave me something to talk about. Otherwise, it's like, I don't know. Just kind of discuss what I'm working on. That's about it. Making pops. A bizarre little maze. This will actually be kind of the second type of pipe maze, but the other one's not going to be actually you running through the pipes. That's why this one will be different. As the first room with the Toy Maker's Workshop where you're escaping will be more like a laboratory, and you're not running through the pipes, but you'll run on top of pipes near the ceiling and stuff. So hopefully that makes this more of a distinction, right, for more of a difference, so that people are excited to do it because it's unique. Not the most unique, but unique for what's currently happening in the game. At least that's my hope. Getting this to match the direction of the pipes is kind of challenging. I'm getting so many of these that it's actually causing, like, lag. I didn't need that much. Which thing's slightly bigger? I'm definitely gonna make this bigger by a bit. I just was, don't want to make it too big because it'll stick out the sides and then, put holes in things it shouldn't. This should probably be good enough, as long as it doesn't have holes in the outside here. Gotta make certain it's watertight. Important. Even though there's no water, it needs to be watertight. Not that Poppet is water, but sometimes it feels like Poppet is water. Really can just sneak into basically everything. I'm gonna have a lot of brushes here. I'm gonna need to, like, if you have only a handful of them, then it doesn't take very long to move them, just almost instantaneous. But because I have now 67 of them, really starting to make them much slower to interact. I do it off stream. It's really boring to watch, where I just sit there and turn them all into static meshes and then set up all the collision. A lot of them are for just planning too. Am I gonna go out this side or out this side? If I go out this side, I can run it into here. If I go out this side, I could just have them both go out here, and then this is basically an effective dead end. This is kind of a loop in general, so if you went this way, it just kind of loops around all obnoxiously. I don't hate it. Yeah. I'm seeing how I can make it obnoxious. That's what's important. I don't hate it. Grab the straight pipe and move it with me. I mean, it's turned the wrong way. I find it's a lot easier to grab this pipe and just recycle it over and over than... I don't know, I set this to 0. Than to find it in the content browser. I've been running him inside here, so that's actually what's holding him up. Considered having pipe holders to hold things up. Maybe I will. I don't know. They're kind of all held up by these giant boxes, so it's a little less important now. I might make this one back here the right way. I might also need to get rid of one of these directions just because it's so close to this. And I don't really want to make this connect directly to this one yet, because this is way early on in the maze. I don't want you to skip this whole extra area here. Well, actually, I guess I could. I mean, basically, you run through this, and then it's going to take you up to the second section here, and the second section will give you... Well, this is a dead end. The right way. Which actually has you jumping at this point, which I need to get rid of, because if you're out in the maze, you could just jump from up here on top of this crap and just cheat everything. Well, kinda. I actually don't know how much that helps you, because if I close off all the holes in the maze, besides that, then you would jump onto the maze, and what would happen? Nothing. So I don't know about that. But, I'll think about it. I put the fences there. I kind of like having the, I could block the fences, that's true. Put a fence around this here. Have a pipe up to it. I think I want a larger platform, though, for it to be on than this, so I might make another giant box to put it on. Or have just regular furniture. Or a giant box, anyway. That same box could have multiple levels, too. That's true. Like, hypothetically, I could do this. It's kind of getting hard to see around the maze. Position the camera so that it actually works. You can block ways you cannot jump back easily, or you're not even able to jump inside the room besides the floor. B. Mostly the way I've been doing it so far is that there'll be angles she just can't reach. Like if you jump down that, like she can't get to where she can really get back up that way, so you have to go around. It's really not that hard to block Poppet from going in places when she's in the pipes, due to the fact that she's so unable to go like certain angles. Or too high of an incline. I actually might want to make this really tall, so then it's just like a junction of places to hide stuff. Yeah, I think I do actually. Why does the interior one end up taller? Interesting. I was originally going to have Annie hide in these places, but then I came to the conclusion that that might be kind of obnoxious to program, and to be completely honest, Metroidvanias usually aren't known for that kind of stuff. So much of a Metroidvania's puzzles consist of the actual environment itself. Oh, nobody likes invisible walls. Invisible walls are never acceptable in any game. God, no. Nobody likes that. Because they want to go someplace and they're like, why can't I go that place? Well, there's an invisible wall. No one ever likes that. I would just put a fence. Or just, you know, make it impossible for her to go that way because it's just, she can't get over an incline or something. Otherwise, nah. Well, this is a whole junction, so I can't bend it. What I can do is this. And then inside of here, I can have additional boxes. Probably just going to shrink this box a bunch, honestly. Maybe not as much as I just shrink it. Actually, undo that. Don't scale the whole thing, just scale the height. Well, yeah, there'll be games that have it, but not exploration games. You don't want invisible walls in your exploration games. It's not a good plan. It just looks terrible. Players are very used to being able to, you know, go to places that they can see, so if they can't go, it really annoys them. I remember when I was playing the Alice Madness Returns, that was actually one of the big faults I had with the game, was that because it was, it had all these invisible walls. It's like, I want to go that way, but I can't because there's an invisible wall. Instead of them just designing it in a way that, you know, they use the environment to block. They should have. So that's what I'm doing here. A lot of times I'm just going to go out of my way to make certain I use the environment to block things. I don't need this whole shelf thing. Yeah, sure. I considered using light cubes. Originally, there was a light maze, but I gave Poppet the ability to see in the dark effectively with the curse mechanic, so... yeah. Okay. Yeah, cylinder brush. I want you to do because it's already facing the right direction. It's easy. I might put fences places, I don't know, like, I kind of want to keep them trapped in the maze so it feels claustrophobic. And the only time you fall out of the maze is you fall to the bottom area. So I don't know if I want to use fences, because then you can actually see portions of the maze, which kind of lets you cheat. And you're like, oh, now I know which way. Do you now? Do you really? That's kind of what I'm at with it. It's like, well, I want to keep them locked in. Keep them guessing. It's not really that complicated of a maze at the end of the day. But hopefully the fact that they can't see and a lot of things look very the same confuse them. I might color code the junctions. I might still do that. Just so that they don't hate themselves. Maybe not though. Maybe I'll just leave it and let them figure it out. Either or. Some of these seem really tiny, and I don't know why. Because, like, other places, this is big enough for the entire pipe, but the pipes haven't changed in size. Patience, I didn't make any changes. Interesting. Well, whatever. A quick change overall, so I can just cheat my way to victory. You could put some of the, like, you know, the fences inside of the boxes in the... already pretty claustrophobic boxes, though, so I don't know how much I need that. I think 1.15. It's just 1.1. Yeah, that's right. I said it right. That should keep it pretty good, and then I just kind of maneuver it a little bit. Lines. It makes the maze almost beatable. Yeah. Well, also the thing to note is, if I don't use an idea in this room, that doesn't mean anything because I have all the rest of this place. I have this entire floor of rooms to go through and, like, you know, fill up with stuff to do. And then when I get tired of all these rooms, don't worry because there's whole other floors to go through. So I have plenty of time to use all kinds of weird mechanics. You know? Like, I got lots of space to play with. Each of these floors is the same size as this one. I still might cut the bottom floor out, the secret hidden floor. I don't know if I'm going to keep that. That might be one too many floors. Yeah, so if I'm always happy to hear ideas because it might get used later. Goodness knows, there's so many rooms. It is possible I cut a couple of floors off of the game, though. It depends on how long the game starts taking. Like, if it seems like the game's going to be of a great length anyway and unnecessary. The demo is just this floor. Well, it's mostly just this floor. It's this floor plus the toy maker's room. And the painting world. That's it. But when I eventually set up the size, I really didn't take into account how big Poppet is and how long it takes her to do stuff. So it's possible the game may get shrunk down a bit. I may or may not shrink the floors. I might just remove floors. Depending on the situation. Because right now there's seven full-size floors that are the size of this, which is huge. And then this open garden area on top, plus these two floors here, they're smaller. Yeah. Well, I mean, if I cut floors, it's going to be like the hidden floor. Like the sub-basement can easily just get turned into, you know, only unlockable room on the basement floor. Instead of having a whole sub-basement for, like, the best ending. We'll see. Because the goal is just get the demo, and if people like the demo, we'll worry about the rest of it. Kind of how I view it. It's like, well, if the demo is good, okay. I mostly just need to worry about this top area here. And some of the visuals, because you'll be able to see out the windows. I need some assets to make the Toy Maker's Workshop. I'm waiting for the big sale, which will probably be, you know, near Black Friday. So around Black Friday, I'm going to buy all the rest of the assets I need for the game, and then just be like, just run with it. Everything I need for the demo for certain. Because they also have a big spring sale too, and I'm sure I won't need a lot of it until spring anyway. But I need a lot of steampunky machines and everything to build the Toy Maker's thing. And I also need those steampunky machines for floors 4 and 3 too, so those are going to be really handy. These two floors, I'm not 100% certain on how I'm going to run it. Oh, these airships? Oh, they move. I don't like to. I just kind of putt around. One right white hair that's just doing that. They don't move very fast. They should move around. I thought they did. Maybe they don't. Huh. Guess I left them static. Maybe I was in the other one where I made them move. Okay, they don't move. They just sit there. Fair enough. I could make them move, but I guess I just didn't bother. Wait a second. Oh, they didn't actually code anything in to make it move. We treat them like projectiles and just launch them places. Funny. This is like the dumbest conceivable way to make anything move. You can't really see them, so, you know, I'm not too worried about it. No gravity. At night, you'll be able to kind of see them. Yeah. Mostly, like, you won't even really notice them totally moving too much because they're so high up. This is the idiot way to make a move. At least it should be the idiot way to make a move. You're not moving? You're so high up, it's hard to tell if it's even moving. Where'd I mess up? Initial speed might be just so pathetic that you can't even tell. I might do something with him. I don't know. Come on. Come on. Or not. I don't want to stop moving. Oh. What is error? Oh. I'm dumb. I have it set to static. No wonder it can't move. Did you know static things can't move? Alright. But I can set them up to start moving. Okay. I would move. Oh, it is moving. It's moving sideways, by the way. I don't know if you noticed this. It's slowly moving sideways. I guess that the whole thing is turned the wrong way. Yeah, moving sideways. There's not really much point. I'd say you won't even notice because the sky itself creates the optical illusion anyway. But just for funsies. What is the face, the main direction? Forward. Whatever. I mean, really, what really happens is when you are randomly out here, just looking up at things, I guess. I guess I'll stand out here. And you'll mostly just see clouds moving anyway. Slowly but surely. Yeah, the clouds are kind of wimpy looking at the moment. Interesting. They definitely don't move very fast. Yeah. Oh, the game definitely looks way better in the dark. It's all designed for the dark, so unfortunately it's just so hard to build the game in the dark, so it's kind of God. Did that thingy work? Find out. Yep. Unless she says fool because it cuts off careful. That's funny. I like the fool better anyway. Yeah. Important things. Yeah, at night it looks cool. I'll mess with the... Well, I'm not sure what I'm going to do with the Zeppelins. I don't know how much I care. Be 100% truthful because, I mean... If you're going to look up, maybe I'll move them around. I'm probably not going to do the projectile move, but I'm actually going to give them real movement. If I do it. We'll see. I may just randomly launch them in directions. The thing about that is, though, is you waste a bunch of extra processing on things that don't really matter. It's like... But maybe, it might happen. There's only a couple points you can even actually see these things. Most of the points you'll be able to see it will be when you actually escape out onto the pipes around the building. Then you'll actually see it. And if you're in the Moonlit Garden, you'll see it. And the Toy Maker's Workshop, or if you're by a window, you'll look out and you'll see them. That's it. Like, you're not going to get too much of the city. Because you are stuck in this building, so you'll be out here periodically. And during this time, you'll get a chance to kind of look up and see things. But you're also slowly dying, so I don't know how much time you're going to want to spend doing that. Also, I think I can cheat through this, right? Yeah. This is part of that Poppet can go anywhere sort of scenario. Where she like sneaks through things because she's too tiny. Also, the lights are too strong here because she's protected even though she shouldn't be. There's no way through here, so... I might hide a thing out here, though, knowing that. I need to introduce something that blocks these, so, like with these here, I have the option to block them. It blacks it out. Can't see into the room. No, the cogwheel will just throw her out of bounds, and that'll kill her, so... They don't actually do damage, per se. They just block you. If you jump on them, they have momentum. So they would technically probably launch you out there. Also, you just die if you go beyond the area anyway. It's pretty hard to jump on, but she just dies anyway if she falls out of the area, so... She's powered by a curse that's in the building, so if she doesn't have the curse powering her, she just falls over dead. You can't really launch yourself up too much. I also... Oh, you mean these ones here? Like... I don't really want to... Well, see, I don't want to launch her up to different floors, because if I do that, then I have to deal with the fact that she could access any floor at any time, and that isn't going to work out very well. How am I going to build my game at that point? But now, she just dies if she gets beyond the exterior of the building. It's possible I could have something that launches her. Like, I'm going to have machines in these two floors, so that's going to change a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I've been debating on just how far she can go out, like what I'm going to do with these. My biggest problem really is just that she can access the other floors out of order. And if I do that, then I have to barricade the windows so she can't get in. Right now... Yeah, I mean, maybe. It could be a time stop option. I'm going to have, like, a lot of the machines and everything in these floors here. Floors 4 and 3. They're going to be tall. It's going to be basically like a double floor. So all the machines can have enough space for them. So you'll get a lot more verticality at that point, and that's when I plan to introduce... Well, I think the hangman's going to be, like, essentially a grappling hook type of scenario. And maybe time stop of some sort. Or there is something supposed to slow time. What was it? But I did have one that was slated to slow time. Yeah, temperance. It's supposed to be the one that slows enemies or the environment. You'll be able to slow down the machines. I plan on handing out temperance. Judgment's gonna be like a little Kind of like a Tesla coil type of thing that she can wield like that to shoot lightning at things in order to power them up. So that'll be so she can turn on machines. Those three for certain. After that, I don't know. I don't think I want to hand out the... I'm going to hand out the chariot really late, because I'm probably going to make it just a flying type of thing. It's a weird teleporting thingy. It's mostly just a teleport dodge. I don't like it. I might get double jump down. Their strength's currently double jump. I don't know how I feel about that. Certain ones I don't have a very good mechanic for yet. Like Wheel of Fortune lets you rotate things, which is... Oh yeah, I've got all kinds of things set up here. Organization. I've been... Poppet's just pretty organized. The Hangman already is like fire... I may change out the Hangman one there. Right now it's a bubble wand. It fires bubbles and traps enemies in the bubbles. Bubbles also hurt, but they don't do an incredible amount of damage. They just trap things. I was considering having the bubbles be something you could jump on top of, thus creating paths that way. And the way it fits with the whole Hangman thing is that, you know, it's all about being stuck and unable to, you know, progress forward. So trapping them is kind of what you do that with. That would make sense. That could also be Temperance, though. But Temperance kind of has a thing already. Hermit's still a little weird. I don't know. I wanted something about being alone, effectively. The Emperor was supposed to protect you from water and other places that were dangerous. But I don't have the water anymore. I don't know about the Emperor. It is usually about protection, from what I've been reading. So yeah, I'm not 100% certain on those. On which ones are going to go into the third and fourth floor. I'm going to probably have about 6 of them in there, I imagine. Because, well, actually, I don't understand. How many mechanics are you really going to want to introduce? Because there's 22 tarot. And I'm not going to give them the World Tarot until the very end, if they get it all. That's 21 tarot to divide up between all these floors. I'm handing out 4 in the demo. Maybe 5, but probably 4. And these are going to be a double floor. That leaves me like 3 other floors down here to hand out tarots in. And the basement being super far in the game. I don't want to do that, but otherwise, so I'll probably have to do... I mean, it's effectively like I have to divide 18 tarots between 4 floors at that point. Oh yeah, like, don't get me wrong, like, we're working on the first floor right now. The things aren't going to be as dangerous on the first floor. Like, I mean, I'm not going to be as punishing because I have plenty of other floors to be worse about it. So the whole point of this is that, you know, I'm going to gradually work it up to where, you know, it's significantly more punishing. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not going to be Dark Souls because I don't like Dark Souls. I don't like Dark Souls. I'm not looking for, like, Celeste levels of, you know, jumping. You have to be that perfect because you're supposed to constantly go back through these areas to unlock stuff, so you really don't want it to be so awful to traverse through a second time. But I'm definitely going to make things where you're much more likely to die if you, like there will be instant deaths and things like that. There's a chew up, stuff like that. Can't have instant kill pits anymore because by auditory factor, if it kill pits, that doesn't make sense. Not a working one anymore. The bottom area might have stuff like that. I was actually going to give you more sanity over time, but there's things that cost sanity, and there'll be things that drain sanity. So, just because I give you more doesn't mean you're necessarily better off. I also have to worry about too many mechanics too, because, you know, if you put a bunch of mechanics in, then at some point you have to use those mechanics, and if you only use a mechanic once, it's not that great. Even though I like Bloodstained a lot, there's weird mechanics in that you almost never use. There's so much wasted content. Actually, this whole weapon should never use too, for that matter. I like Choice, but I'll have to see. Yeah. But all Metroidvanias work around the concept of new skills unlock new areas. The current problem I'm having right now is how I'm debating on if I'm going to use stairs or if I'm going to use an elevator. And if I'm going to have Poppet go through, like, you know, holes in the ground to get to various levels, or if she's actually going to use the elevator and stuff. Holes in the ground makes more sense for me, honestly. Then the question becomes, okay, where are those holes? Because if I want to lock her to a floor and not let her out, then I have to make it the way out to the next area has to be below. I've already figured out that the way to the area up here, there's going to be like a hole in the ground type of thing. Apparently I have them in 2 locations. There's going to be a hole in the ground thing, and I'm going to have the Empress grow plants. Like when it's activated, the plants will grow, and when it's deactivated, the plants will shrink back down. And this is going to be a greenhouse. Mostly with planters and stuff, so you're gonna, when you first go through here, it's gonna have a setup thing like that, but then when you return later in the game with the Empress to get up here, probably about midway through the game, you can actually use it as a way to get up through here and get into here. They'll have some sort of pipe that's only accessible if you use the Empress. I have to program in the Empress's mechanics, so it's not gonna happen. Yeah, it's gonna be much later, but I'm definitely gonna have it be a thing that just grows plants. Yeah. I'm going to have you bounce from plant to plant in order to get higher up into places. And that will let you, you know, get to various things where I'm probably going to hide the key somewhere. I haven't decided exactly how I'm going to build it yet. I'm just kind of building rooms as I go. Decide what's... Wait, what? Oh. Old decal I'm not using. When I shrunk the floor down to fit in here, right, there's still things sticking out of the building that shouldn't be. That's what I'm thinking. This is going to be a library, I imagine, or something along those lines. I don't know what I'm doing quite yet. Be a secret room over here for funsies. I realize not every room has to be a room you have to go in to beat an area. Like, I want rooms you have to come back to, so I can actually cut portions out of the game. I'm probably going to lock maybe this room. It's just a useless room for later. I might keep the washroom as an option. I don't know. Let's see. Have some like key you have to find later to unlock them, or a secret way in. Because it's no fun if you have to go through every single room to get there. That's not the point of the way it works. It's like Metroidvanias are supposed to have unlockable things that you find later. And of course, this will be the Forbidden Toys room, which is going to be a lot like a toy vault, like the Warren Museum or Warehouse 13's Dark Room kind of thing. I was going to have both the Oliver and Felix in here unlocked, but I think I'm just going to have Oliver in here, and you can free Oliver. So the plan is you're going to fight Voodoo here. There'll be various toys here that, you know, are locked away and things. And after you beat her, you can, you'll have to get over here and unlock Oliver's thing in order to get him out, because Charlotte will show up and, well, Charlotte's afraid of Oliver, so she'll run away, letting you explore her room. And then a room gives you the key in order to access the stairs to go down. Or potentially the elevator to go down, whatever I make it. One of the two. It's a pipe sticking through the wall. So I'm going to have my Warehouse 13 type of setup there. Also, about midway through the game, I'm going to unlock Bugaboo and let her go free. And she'll be hiding down in the basement. Because the effects of everything are worse the farther down you go in the place. So that's why Charlotte doesn't like to go below a certain floor. She won't go that far. But she'll only be potentially an antagonist if you happen to be higher up. Otherwise, she'll hide. Like, she'll never go to the basement. I think she'll still go down to the first floor, but I don't think she'll go to the basement. She'd never go to the sub-basement. But I might restrict her not even on the first floor. I'm debating on if I'm gonna have a horror mechanic built into the game too, where potentially if you've taken too long in an area, or just periodically, Charlotte will decide to show up in an area and you have to make it to a safe place. Like, you know, like something that gives protection from her in order before she catches you, because if she catches you, you just die. Basically like a jump scare type of scenario. Just to spice it up a bit. But I don't know how that'll pan out. Like, she just shows up and she has points that she'll wander around looking for you, and if she gets too close, then, you know, it's over. And then I would just have little boxes that Poppet could hide in to protect her. Kind of like the Poppet box. Where you just jump in, slam the lid. She can't get you. I'll probably put holy symbols on those boxes. So this way, the show is kind of like a place she's not able to go. I don't like that you can't read this or see this. That makes it a little bright though. Like too bright. Well, thanks. And thanks for all the ideas. You know, I can always use any ideas and just people to chat with in general, bounce ideas off of. I don't know how late I'll stream tonight or whatever, but I may still be here later. Let's see. This game will be amazing. It will be. I will make it amazing. It's too bright. I don't like how bright it is. I was really excited, but now I don't like it anymore. I'm tempted to make the sign say something different, or make it slightly smaller or able to be changed in size. Scale. I guess it's a relative scale. This way I can have the message on top of there. Warning text. No. Come on. Oh, yeah. I will, I'm sure that I'll have people from the Discord or something like that do debugging, and I'll probably even have some sort of demo up on Steam at some point. Relatively, well, hopefully before the year's over. We'll see. I'm definitely starting to wonder if I should cut some mechanics just so I can make it a little more streamlined. Like sometimes it feels like there might be a few too many. Maybe not though. Oh, dumb. Yeah, I may still use some of those ideas. It could happen. Come on. So much game to go. Text to scale. And then, oh, we have a default scale, so it doesn't do that. Oh, actually, 0.25, which actual scale should be. Like 6.5. 0.625. There we go. Wasn't even close. Not even in the same ballpark. Okay. And then I'm gonna do this here. Warning. Positively. Do not open. Then I change the scale of these here a bit. Um, 0.15. Oh, actually, I don't need to change that. That one I can leave the same. It's just that one. Like 0.5 on this one, maybe? Oops. This way I don't need a giant sign that blocks the path. I can just put whatever I want on these things, which seems so much more exciting to me than I can have my joke with the with Annabelle, basically. Literally the Annabelle joke. This name thingy is too big. Let's do this here, and we'll just like 4.5 and see where it ends up. That's still too big. Just kind of blocks the top. So let's make it smaller. That is the wrong smaller. That's probably a little better. It doesn't chop the letter off the top. Eventually, I should probably capitalize it, right? Because, no. I don't know if one of those danger levels on there if I just want to put funny messages on there or instructions. Maybe instructions are fun. Warning. Do not cuddle. This way they can be like, wait, what? Don't cuddle it. Why? Why shouldn't I cuddle it? Why is the little stuffed animal something you shouldn't cuddle? These are important questions that need to be asked in life. I'm just gonna sneak lore in here. Aw. I'll take a quick bio break. They're back. Hey, pretty interesting. How's it going? Doing pretty good. Good. Indeed. Taking a quick bio break for a second there. Got myself some delicious alcohol. So I can continue building my weird game with toys. How are things with you? See, I'm building my crazy steampunk world. Because I can. Giant toy factory. I was making a pipe maze earlier, and I'm probably still, well, toy maze, I should say. Probably still gonna make it, but I took a brief moment to mess with a couple things. I've actually been working on it for probably about 9 months, I think. I mean, I work on it as like a side hobby. I have like full-time job, and I don't really have a lot of infinite amount of free time, so this is my weird toy maze. Okay. So, you know, it's been a while, but I mean, I just drop a few hours here and there on it. I don't really go too crazy. This maze needs some work, but the plan is actually to get up to, I believe, this character up here. You can carry her with. Her little light's a bit off, but that's okay. I'll fix it later. Supposed to take her with to throw her into the exit. She's up there, but I haven't got there yet. But yeah, the character uses tarot cards in order to fight. So she's got the Fool as a giant sucker. I don't have their movement on right now, so they can't actually move after me, but that's okay. A lot of the rooms are actually designed for people to wander around in, so much of the game is often using the furniture and things as your as the levels. This room being a prime example. Also, you can throw these things in order to hurt stuff. A lot of the levels are like these types of things here. You can pull yourself up onto things. But you can also, as long as you're using the magician, you can actually open drawers and stuff too in order to use those as things to jump on. I gotta do some work with the camera. The camera does kind of clip on things, but in time. Oh, falling off here. Trying to target this thing up here. There's a lot of levels like that. If you're in the darkness too long, she's affected by this curse that causes her to, you know, it gives her the power to use things, but it also slowly kills her, so light reduces the curse, but it gives you your sanity back so you don't die from it. As you can see, it's kind of a weird romp through all these strange toys and things like that, just cause. I still have to program in a bunch of enemies. These are mostly placeholders. I got that as a mechanic, and I programmed in the other, the Hierophant, which you use in this room. Well, it's the room where you get it, so it's the first time you see the mechanic. There's possessed items in the game, and the possessed items will basically just do whatever they want, and they won't, you know, listen to you at all. that they don't really obey physics or care. If you try to jump on something like that, it'll just laugh at you, and it'll try. You can kind of jump on them, but they just kind of move around, and, you know, bad things happen. But the Hierophant's active. They act like platforms. Oh, I missed it. I'm terrible at my own game. I haven't programmed in the controller support yet, so I'm playing with the keyboard and the mouse. Turns out that some of the jumps are harder on the keyboard and the mouse, and some of them are easier. I need to tune it so that the sanity runs out faster if you're in the dark, so it makes this more of a harrowing, you know, like because you're worried that you're going to run out of sanity and it's all going to drop you on the ground and make you start over. Oh, I'll get the wall fixed at some point. You can actually cheat through some of these, you don't have to jump on all of them. I'm almost out of curse there. Which is problematic. I should have stood up there because now I'm almost out of curse and I don't have a way to use the Hierophant. So, that's a problem. I probably need to remove some of these candles from here because there's too many lights, and lights prevent you from gaining curse but recover your sanity, so that's nice. Can I make it in time? I don't know. We'll find out. I don't think I can. Oh no, I can be in the darkness. I should be fine, probably. Oof. There's space away from the light? Good. Almost failed the challenge. Give her a second to recover her curse there. You can see her sanity slowly drops. I'm tweaking with the numbers on how much it drops, because I don't really want to punish too hard on like the first there's a giant factory and it's divided into like 7 levels, and I don't want to punish too hard on the first of the levels. And this is where you get to the keys for the next area. You go through all that to get it, and then you can turn that off and they'll throw you down. So, you know, they don't move. Sometimes they like to make pyramids. Don't worry about them. So I have that. I have a ghost girl who chases after you periodically. She is lurking in here. She is not terribly well programmed yet. These concepts are in the early phase. I was going to program her tonight, but she's going to periodically show up and act like a jump scare type of character where she'll wander around, and if you can't get to safety and hide in one of the, like, you know, the like ordained boxes that protect you from her, then, you know, she'll jump scare you and you'll basically get stuck all the way back at wherever your save was. Oh, there's no nav mesh. Second, let's give her a nav mesh so she can move around. The problem with nav meshes is that if you make any alterations, it has to recalculate them, so I usually just delete them when I'm not using them. But they're necessary for things to move. Oh, well, thanks for dropping by. I'll probably still be streaming later. I tend to stream pretty much around this time anyway. So, don't learn more about it. Watch me make it or just chat. Always down. I also use some of the ideas chat gives me, I'm just saying. There have been a few ideas that I've definitely taken from chat. Yeah, she'll wander around. Last night I programmed in her ability to, like, go after various points. She needs some work. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Like, she'll find her way to those points, but she gets caught on things. She's not the smartest. It's just using the built-in Yui's AI thing for pathfinding, so it's. I think she's just stuck. Oh, she figured out to do something else. Fair enough. There we go. This is gonna be a future boss for this room. He has no animations yet. His plan's gonna be he's gonna teleport between these various tables, and then he's going to throw food at you and summon units. This is a boss I was testing for the area. But she can't get off the table because there's no mesh up there, probably. She can jump. Oh, that's right, I gave this the ability to launch cupcakes. I don't know if I went to that. I'm not sure on the combat yet. There's no nearby lamps. There's lamps here, perfect. Almost out of sanity. Oh, bad. I need to give her more attacks or just something to do. Also, this doesn't hit very well, apparently. Leaping so far the most effective strategy with it. She's got hit, hit, and hit. There was a super mode that used to exist. Now it's just an axe chop, I guess, but the ability to launch those. Though apparently it switched to a weird looking bubble that it shouldn't for those. I don't understand why that is. Hierophant should remove it entirely, right? Does it? Okay, so there's an issue with the HUD's not removing correctly. Alright. Yeah. Alright, well, I have plenty of things to figure out there. So the HUDs don't remove correctly. Blah, 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 blah. I think it's on, system graph. Blah, blah, blah. An equip weapon. Weapon HUD should be valid. Blah, 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 blah. Equip weapon. These don't even have one. So it shouldn't actually change the weapon HUD. Actually, should remove it first. Yeah, I'll solve that later. I have something else I was working on. I'll make a note of it. Morning room. Not bring up. Silly. I needed for the demo stuff here. Lots of things in order the way the game goes. Yeah, you know, stuff like that. Important stuff. Hit my chat. Let's not do this. I should probably put up a sign that says to follow or something like that. It looks weird on YouTube. I'm streaming on both YouTube and it on Twitch. I took out all the stuff that was for either or. Twitch gets angry if you put YouTube stuff, and now, but makes little sense. But like my 50 followers reasons. special on Twitch. Never even wrote down what I was gonna do. No. Doesn't always. Oh, thanks for the follow, Baki83. Oh, maybe that's the secret. They just say follow periodically and people follow. Slowly but surely I will get the 50. I have a favorite spam bot who follows me and then unfollows me multiple times a stream. I don't... It's just my pet spam bot now. I don't... It just shows up, it does that, says the same message and then leaves. I'm like, okay, cool, thanks. Then it unfollows. So I have another weapon that I'm probably not adding into the demo. It puts bubbles. So apparently it's kind of awkward hitting things. Trapped in bubbles. I gotta fix the bubbles on here. I don't know about the insanity mechanic where it makes everything get all fuzzy. I'm debating on it. Also, it looks like she's trying to ride this. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that's like the most awkward pose. I literally just took a pose from one of the weapon things like that. I didn't realize that it would literally look like she's trying to do not good things with it. You know, listen. Well, at least it works. It's not actually going to be in the demo anyway. But all of her weapons are going to be weird little toys you'd find around. Or candy or things like that. Just dumb crap. Actually pretty good weapon, honestly. Probably going to make it not do a whole lot of damage or cost something to fire it too. The plan with it will be to have it so that the bubbles that enclose it you can actually jump on in order to create paths through things. It just won't last as long on the enemies because the enemy is imprisoned by it. That's the plan. Oh, and I have the painting world too. The other mechanic of the game that is not immediately apparent is that you can actually rescue toys and drag them back to the painting world, and then they appear in the painting world and act as a little town. Because there's a ghost who lives in the paintings and she lets you travel between the paintings by jumping through them. It also acts as your world travel. I only have one set of flying animations. I need new flying animations. So she borrows the same animations the ghosts have. Currently I just have a shop and a battle arena. And the shop needs some work anyway. It's not... I need to do a lot of random work on things, honestly, on the back end. We'll see. Hoping to have the demo out by the end of the year. See on that. The mechanics still make it by certain points, so I'm just kicking them out for the later on. But I have this fine beastie here. His name is Patrick. Because one guy asked, "What have you done with my boy Patrick?" And from that point on, his name was Patrick. Why is there no music? I know why. I'm fixing the music fast so I can have this little bit of excitement. Blah, 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 blah. This character handles all the stuff like that. Interfaces. I changed the name of this map because there's a problem with the previous version of the map, so I had to redo it. Oh. Disable that music. I'm gonna dump myself by this so I don't have to run all the way back. Oh, I was like, click the button, it didn't show up. Can launch cupcakes at him. I can throw things too. I'm feeding him. Haha. I gotta make these explode. I severely weakened him just so he'd be more... take less time for you to beat for chesting. Star will trade health for sanity, as long as you're not in the lights, otherwise it actually just gets health back faster than the sanity drop. Or it'll trade sanity for health. In this fight, obviously, you'd rather have health, but you know. I gotta make the cupcake thingy cost something. I'll give these unlockable things so they're a little less, so you can't just freely spam them, but... that's a later thing. Oh, the music's not actually continuing to play. Interesting. Maybe it's not set to loop? I have questions. He died. It's a start. We're definitely not at the ready to ship it anytime soon phase of the game. That's why I test all my combat anyway, though. Not this one here. Actually, it's under the tarograph. I guess I don't have to stop them from moving anymore because the I merged it with the game animation sample and then just basically split it, so the top part of the character moves with the animations and the bottom part moves with the game animation sample because it has so many things that matter. And anything I'll ever do, it's like, here's 500 free animations dedicated to just moving around. Thanks, Epic. I was using like 8. So cool. Yes. Where was the cost for this? Well, full right mouse. I should make a thing where I can actually just find the ability cost for these things. Have them easily changeable. It makes sense. Supposedly it costs 10. I didn't see it cost anything. I'll make it really more expensive and then see if it actually shows up. Didn't notice it go down at all though. Yeah, projectile to spawn, blah blah blah, goes out here. Usability, sure, play that, uh-huh. On notify, begin, swing your weapon if it matters. If it has one to swing. Not, and swing. Okay. Doesn't ever cast a spell, though. Doesn't look like it does. Obviously does, though. Okay. I guess the weapon itself does it? Why did I make it like that? Questions. Ventic, swing weapon. Gonna be along this, I imagine. Cast spell here. Doesn't look like it ever deducts the ability cost. That would explain a lot, actually. Now should we do it here, right? Ability cost minus. Find curse. Huh. We'll do a quick test. What's the worst that happens, right? It breaks. It goes to snows. It already doesn't work correctly, so it doesn't seem to. Actually, I can just test it this quickly without doing it. Yeah, it's not actually subtracting from the curse at all. And I did set the ability cost all the way back here. Yeah, I set it to 30. It adds it. Oh. Wait. Wait a minute. No. I see what's happening. Basically, it was double negating it, so it's just essentially creating a positive. And that was, you know, creating a scenario where it was just adding the positive to there and it was leaving it at max. I redid the whole stat system, and then there was just like little problems in there that just started cropping up. There you go. Yep. And then it slowly comes back, so you can't use it right. Maybe I will make it 30, like just make it really expensive. I don't actually know why it changes this bubble so that when you use this though. There's too much light here because she doesn't recover her curse. Ever. Maybe I don't want this light here. There's already kind of enough lights, so maybe I don't run that. Even then, I still don't recover any. All the way back here. Kinda. It's pretty visible. I'm gonna remove some of these lights, so just some, I guess, maybe. Make it more like this, like a diagonal thing there, so like, there's ways to get your magic back, but you also have to worry about your sanity draining. See the game animation samples crazy movements. She just adjusts based entirely upon how you do things. That'll work good. I actually might make it so there's like a couple lights coming off the ceiling for it instead. I don't really like these little lamps everywhere. They were my go-to for when I was first building things, so she needs lamps in order to not die. Well, she needs light to not die, I suppose. That's way to not really a lamp person. Any light is that vanish. Have to be back. Oh. Guess I could have those lights and one thinking about it. I'm just gonna borrow these pipe lights. I actually don't know why I did it this way, but that's okay. The plan's gonna be to dangle a couple of them, and I'll probably have some sort of cross pipe or something so it looks normal. Instead of having these weird lamps that just look bizarre for this area that's very steampunky. How am I gonna do this? Maybe just like little tiny pipes. I could just grab one of these and move it over. That's a full bent pipe. I think I don't want a full bent pipe. I'm being a little lazy about picking all the same things for the spline and having to do it over. Don't mind me. I find it a lot easier to do it this way. Sure, we'll make small pipes. I wasn't even intending on having the battle arena be something that's that early in the game anyway, but I might hand it out early just for funsies. Give you something to do. Let you redo battles. Earn money or something. I don't know. I'm thinking something like this, and then I'm just going to grab one of these and drag it over. We do this the smart way. There's like glass and everything too. I'm just going to go ahead and group all these to make it easy on myself. Like maybe I'll have it outside of there. I don't know. There's already a glass wall there. I don't actually know why I have a second glass wall. Whatever the case, I'm going to drag one of these over here. Do that. Pure laziness on my part on how to do this. Definitely much darker. Those have a huge thing there, apparently. Make the attenuation like 1,000 for these or something to make it less interesting or less ridiculous. Well, I don't think the intensity does anymore, right? Because I changed it up. Oh yeah, I did change it, didn't I? That looks. I kind of like them when they pulse there below there. Could give her a light even when she's in normal light too. But she's never truly in darkness. That's an interesting idea. Good times. Oh, like, why you do this? I don't know, buddy. But why you do this? I haven't been streaming. I might just stream later today too, potentially. If I stream later today, then I probably won't continue streaming much longer now. Typically speaking, if no one's coming, but I don't know. I could stream for a while. Not really doing a whole lot that's super important other than trying to. I change all these to have better default. Attenuation's only 1,000 on these. Wait a second, why was 1,000 on the 1,000 on these? It's up here, that's why I made him huge. Do I even need that? Well, so I could see, I think. That's why I did. I might make the default on these much different. They do have a default numbers, and I don't really want to change it on all of them, and almost all of them are done in this area. What if I make it like 1,000? Because the other one's just a big number. And instead I just do a pulse glow instead. Might look a little nicer. Well, there's other pulse types too. I have no idea what they look like, but I gotta know. Somewhere off in the distance, I see a light. Oh. Okay, well. Guess I should have left it on not ridiculous. I guess 8 shouldn't be that bad, but apparently it's that bad. Yeah, it's easier just to look in the game. Just try to zoom in on this little dumb thing. Oh. How is it even pulsing? Is that pulsing? I guess it sort of is. I have questions. Let's make it pulse faster so we don't have to wait 400 years to see it. Yes. I think the first pulse is so far the best one. I also wonder if the tube glow should be like lower too. Also change the default tubes as well so they look different. Okay. Nice and slow. Taking it nice and slow. Let's check the other default options here. Oops. That one's boring. I like one socket variation. Apparently you can't just drag with it. Huh. Almost like that better than the weird... Why? I don't know, because the weird ones can just kind of plug into things. They don't look terrible. Wow. This one's the best one, probably. That means there's a 0-2 variation. Oh yeah, that's a 0, alright. And a shield variation. Cool toy. Whoa. Huh. That cool. I don't know if I like that one as much. Nah, I like them just as a regular bulb. Okay. Oh, that's right, the intensity doesn't matter anymore. It's almost too many. I just went a little wild with them, and I was like, I'm just gonna put them everywhere. And I mean, definitely won't forget the location with all the weird lights everywhere. But there probably could have been less of them. It would have been a lot better, as opposed to. What it previously was. Yeah, sure. Not currently working on that map anyway. I just was like, oh, I'm gonna fix this little problem, and then fix another problem, and then kind of started playing with it. Very fine Sierra Nevada Pale Ale. It's not amazing. It's just local. I was making a pipe meat. I stopped. Plan is to make this obnoxious place. We got to find a toy and then magically carry the toy through the maze to get her into the painting world. And if you do that, she'll give you a key to the next area. And if you don't, well, you're gonna be stuck forever. I'm assuming you'll, opt for the first. Maybe you won't though. Maybe you're just like, nah, good, stay. Like, oh, okay, well, let me know if you change your mind. There's cookies in the back. Spoiler, there's not actually cookies in the back. They don't know that. They can stay. That's a long first time on this. The sooner my rise to 50 followers can. I really haven't streamed that much, so I'm not too surprised. It'll be a while, I'm sure, but we have various rooms like that. This one's gonna probably lead up to there. I feel like the world's most awkward plumber right about now. Gotta adjust this so that doesn't stick through. I'm fine with that one there. Just this one that's weird. I'm just gonna increase the size of this so I can cheat. I think I'm gonna adjust the angle of this so it's a little nicer. Of course, you can't get into this one. You had to come from the other direction to get to that. That would play out. Yes. Better for it to start. I have so many things running on my computer, it's just like, why you do this? I'm like, so the game's FPS is not what it should be. You jump down into here, and then you can get an item, but you can't get back up. I'll have some enemies in here to fight. I have other enemies, but I just often copy-paste the same thing around and then just have it auto-spawn those. It's the way back. I'll make this lead basically into there, and then of course you fall down here, then you'll have to start over. That's the plan. I'll have assorted points where you can just fall out of the maze and have to start over. Just to be that guy. Kind of perfect music for this. Just some goofy music as you're just like, nice. Falling out of the maze. I haven't even actually created the way out yet because you have to get all the way up to here, and as you can see, there's nothing that gets there yet. I think this one's one that actually gets you there. I'm gonna probably loop it around in some weird way and make it obnoxious. Yet one more junction up top here. There'll probably be like one more junction like way up here. Maybe I'll put it over here or something. I'll put this as a reminder. I need a junction all the way up to that. And then the final junction from there will go to there. I'll add that in a second. Getting ahead of myself. I was gonna do this. Okay, I'm gonna make it so I can see better. Sure, the game won't normally look like this, but for purposes of building it, sure is nice to be able to see what I'm doing. Definitely helps. Just a little. Lines are like the greatest thing ever. This whole room is created by stuff that was built in UE itself. Like I made the pipes, I made the splines, I made these weird boxes. All this just done in UE. What a great engine. Just make everything you ever want. It's not a question of can UE do something, it's do you know how to make UE do it. And 9 times out of 10, if I don't know, some guy from India probably knows. And I'm probably about to watch his tutorial on it. It happens a lot. I might not quite understand what he's saying, but I can see the visuals and, you know. By the time I'm done, those 5 minutes he'll have explained everything I needed to know about some feature. And I'll be very happy that he did so. Or people from England. Like, I swear almost all tutorials are the people from those 2 locations. They're just really helpful people, these 2 locations, apparently. All of my UE knowledge to basically these 2 things. These 2 places. People are gonna hate these so much. It's locations where you just fall and hate your life because you gotta start over. More importantly, can Poppet make it through this? Sometimes she just can't. You know, the thing finds too much for her. Chat covering things. Not even a problem. But that one up there doesn't look like it connects very well. I'm trying to create a claustrophobic type of maze. I don't want you to be able to see the way out. Like, you can run underneath things if you want and try to look up and see, but it's almost impossible to even tell where to... You don't get a lot of information, because, I mean... Where are we at here? Oh, Metroidvania is, well, combination of Metroid, which you've heard of Metroid, right? And the Castlevania games, specifically the ones like Symphony of the Night. Metrovania? Alright. But you've never actually played Metroid? You know what Castlevania is either? Wow. There is a Netflix Castlevania series, and it is based on the lore of that world. To put it simply, Metroidvanias are usually all about traversal through landscapes like that. And along the way, you find abilities that allow you to go directions you couldn't go before. Such as, you know, like there's a jump that's too high, but you find a double jump that lets you jump that extra distance. So you backpedal to wherever it is in order to explore more things. And you explore basically a whole world. The goal is the exploration. Along the way, you fight various enemies, things like that. Metroid went with, you know, you have a blaster and you just shoot things the whole time. Castlevania went with, like, you know, well, first whips and then later on various weapons. They often have a lot of RPG mechanics, but most of them are focused on upgrades that mean something. Like, you know, that literally add new areas or add new gameplay versus just, you know, fluff upgrades that are just like, oh, stat increase. None of that. Sometimes. Well, here's the thing about these types of games is that the fact that you like pass an area that you can't reach, like I'm gonna have you walk by. Let's see, the way it starts out, you're gonna come into this room here. By breaking through this, you're gonna jump in here, and you're gonna have all these places to wander around in. And there's gonna be a door here called the chapel that you don't have a key to open. So you'll know that, hey, you know, there's a room here. If I can find the key, I can open this door. So if you find that key, you'll be like, okay, well, I want to know what's in the room. I'm gonna come back and, you know, open the door. That's kind of the gist of how a lot of Metroidvanias work, is I leave a tempting thing for you. It's like, okay, well, you don't have this key, or you can't reach a certain area, or you need a special item to do things, like prime example here, this is based on an ability that lets you have a new way to go to. The key to this room, or the area you're trying to find, is waiting up here. Now, if you come here and you don't have the Hierophant tarot card, which is unlikely because you find it in this room, but this is the room where you learn about it. I have possessed objects in the game, and the possessed objects will pretend like they're platforms until you try to touch them. Well, they don't usually get that crazy, but you'll see they'll spin around and go nuts. They won't let you use them. So if you come here without the Hierophant, you can't get up there. But if you have the Hierophant, they behave and act like platforms, but it does slowly drain your power to use it, so you have to be fast. So that's how a Metroidvania really works, is like you'll come to this room, it's like, I don't have this ability, I don't know what to do with these. And later on you find something that lets you just do these things. And as you can see, they go back to kind of moving around. So that's a lot of how it works with the communication. And you know, anyone who's a fan of the genre knows on the tin that that's what they're signing up for too. Oh yeah, I mean, this game is very early on, okay? Like, as you can see, it's the other reason. I wouldn't also worry too much about the smoothness, because right now I have all the streaming software running, and I have multiple browsers open and things. It's kind of hard on the computer, so I can speed it up some. I can close out all those. But I'm sure the FPS right now isn't very good, so the smoothness of the jumping is also going to be partially that. But Because when I'm not streaming, I get like 60 FPS, but when I'm streaming, I'm getting like 30 after turn. I just closed a bunch of stuff to get to the 30s as well, so. And you can see like lag spikes too from doing that as well, so. I got a bunch of optimizations to do, so I'll speed it up, of course, but. But it's a little smoother without all those extra things open, to a point. It's still not that smooth. As you can see, it's dipping down. Also, the camera likes to clip on things, which I need to probably mess with a bit. I'll do that, so like break those, just for funsies. But, yeah, like, this editor eats a bunch of things like that. It's gonna be a bit choppy. I actually missed a bunch of jumps for that reason too, because I'm playing on a keyboard and a mouse since I haven't done the full controller for it. I also have this character moving around. She's doesn't need to be there. This was my experiment because there's a ghost character that acts like a jump scare. It's actually stolen from a horror concept, you know, old jump scare thingy. That's not normal in Metroidvanias. I decided to put in a ghost character that is hunting after you. If you take too long in areas, she will show up. She'll wander around. I mean, she's just the ghost of a 14-year-old girl, so, you know, and you're one of her toys, so. She'll wander about, take however long she does at each area, and then just do things. Apparently a long time. But, Apparently she does not wish to move. Interesting. Anyway. That's something else to work on. Yeah, to give you an idea kind of what Metroidvanias are like, I can also just show you a YouTube video of what Metroidvanias are like. I'll bring up a favorite. I'll mute it so this way YouTube doesn't get angry at me. They do like to get angry at me. Yes, they do. I'll just bring up the trailer for it. Have a trailer for it? I'll just bring up a gameplay thing. I don't want analysis. This'll do. Yep. They're usually like 2D games. This one actually has equipment and stuff, like, you know, things like that. Oh yeah, like I was definitely using Alice Madness Returns as one of the inspirations for what I'm doing. And Little Nightmares has got a bit of inspiration in there. You know, things like Coraline, as far as, you know, concepts for how the story plays out. Yeah. Basically, it, a very Tim Burton type of feel on a lot of it. Metroidvania is often a lot of fighting and then just traversal by jumping through things and stuff like that. And you eventually will find other things that allow it to go places and things, but this one's pretty long. I think Hollow Knight's another really good example if you've ever seen Hollow Knight. She got an item that lets her, you know, open those doors. But yeah, they're basically RPGs where traversal matters a lot. And they usually have a great deal of combat. Be about the best way to put them. So, exploration, platforming, strapped to... They're not always RPGs, though. That's the thing, though. Because Metroidvania... Oh, Metroid is not an RPG. This is clearly an RPG with level ups and abilities and equipment. This is like the other end of the spectrum. So... Right, advance it farther on or something. Actually... We'll go to like a wave. I don't really want to hear someone talk. Full game. There we go. No commentary. You see those get weird abilities and things. You look for stuff. I mean, so I see she'd find a weird ability or something, but she does get strange weapons and things. Or she just double jump there. Painting ability is very good. Unlocking weird things like those. I mean, that's a lot how Metroidvanias work. It's usually just get some new ability that lets you get someplace. It's pretty much how it goes. Fun game though. Very much you like RPG platformers with focus on exploration, Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. Great deal of fun. I beat that full. I 100%ed it like twice. Yeah, that's kind of the gist of it. I can bring up Metroid if you want as well. It's the prime example. They don't usually 3D though, so I'm kind of weird in that I'm doing a 3D version, and that's gonna hopefully play out well. I think the fact that you could manipulate stuff in the environment in order to move through things makes it fun enough. We'll see. I don't really know. Maybe. I'll get rid of this nav mesh. It makes it take a really long time to edit things. But I have rooms like this too, which are more current. You know, it's more toy centric. Like some of the rooms have like toy things to run through, along with more human stuff, so you can, you know, have a mix of the two. Because it's a giant toy factory, and the later levels are going to have, you know, places that are building the toys and the actual toy floors. But this is the floor that no one's supposed to go to. It's at the top. Because the guy built this place for his, you know, ghost daughter. Like, she died just by haunting the place. As you can see, it's pretty laggy. That's okay. The breakable walls. Random little light things like that. I need to get rid of the stupid text things too, for that matter, but whatever. You wouldn't even have half these abilities. You only get the Fool at this point. Next room gives the Magician. Oh, I messed the jump up. Nice. Okay, I have a cheater thing right here too. Unfortunately, the lag also makes the jumps kind of hard. I missed a bunch of easy jumps. I'm just like, I hit the button. Nope. Okay, well. Character lives in the paintings just watching you. Yeah. That's kind of hard to hit. Yeah, this item here lets you break stuff, so this is an example of an item that lets you get it through the areas. This room gives you the Magician card, which lets you actually maneuver stuff around. So, hopefully that gives you an idea of what the genre is. I'm a big fan of them. I tend to 100% Metroidvanias. Unfortunate examples of 3D Metroidvanias consist of like the Batman Arkham series was a 3D Metroidvania. The Tomb Raider remake games were 3D Metroidvanias. There aren't many examples of indie versions of 3D Metroidvania. There aren't many examples of Metroidvanias that are 3D in general, but you know, I really like the feeling of being a tiny little toy that 3D adds. Like I tried it in 2D, it did not work out. Definitely made a 2D version of this game. It was nah, man. It was not pretty. Now I'm doing this version. Yeah, I definitely plan to put some Alice themes in here too because, well, I mean, anytime you take a female character and then dump her into some strange new world full of wacky, weird things, you pretty much are going to pull some parallels to Alice in Wonderland. It's going to pretty much impossible not to have that happen. There's nothing wrong with that, though. I like Alice in Wonderland. I can accept that I'm going to end up being compared to it. I even considered having a mechanic where you could grow larger. But I don't know if it's going to make the cut. It just doesn't play well. And that's really the deciding factor in a lot of this is, does it play well? And if the answer is no, then it probably doesn't need to be in the game. Yeah, pretty much. So, where is this pipe going? Yeah, I'm definitely building something of a maze here, so it's going to be... I can go farther over. What am I doing? I'm skipping this whole area over here for no apparent reason. That doesn't make any sense. I'm probably not going to have this table here, because you can too easily get out of it, and I don't like that. You can get out of the maze. You should never be able to get out of the maze. The maze should be your only home. You should grow to love the maze. The maze is your friend. This might be time for one of these 3 ways where you fall like an idiot. Maybe in a 4-way. Do I want to... These junctions are so good because they just, you fall like an idiot because you aren't paying attention to what's below your feet. This is what we call the ninja test. It's pretty much how long did it take you to notice that, and that's how long the ninjas had to basically take over your village and run off with all your women. Yeah. That's how it works with these. Actually, but I have an 8 junction, don't I? Oh shit, 6-way. I can do a 5-way here. I haven't used the 5-way yet. I actually made all these at one point in the engine, just cause. I'm gonna turn it this way, and the reasoning for turning it this way is that I want them to see the goal, run forward, and then fall. Preferably out of the maze, so they have to start over. Because after all, what's the point of a maze if not to kill all joy in the world? Yeah. There's no joy here. I wonder if I should make my cat character a lot like the Cheshire Cat. I do have a cat character. Well, I have to get the model for it. I have like a 70-page game dev doc with pictures for all kinds of things and stuff. Concepts for stuff. Don't get me wrong, it goes room by room for what I was making. At least for my first ideas, they don't... I'm not keeping all the same ideas anymore. I actually changed a bunch of it, so it's not even accurate anymore, but it was pretty thorough. On the other hand, I also adapted it from a game, the 2D version, so I had a lot of notes in advance because the other game was significantly farther along. It just wasn't very fun. I had some YouTubers review it. I was just doing prototypes and letting my Discord play the prototypes, and I released them to the community because it was made in RPG Maker, but I did a bunch of things to turn it into a very action game in there, which was weird. I don't know why anybody would do that. And one guy said he'd be willing to pay like $3 for it. That was about it, though. It was not a good game. It will not be a problem this time. I think the concept is good, even if I think the execution was poor. I actually started as a Game Jam game. And the game would have been good, except for that I forgot to lock out this the menu command because it was RPG Maker and it's not a great engine. And that stupid thing, the menu would break the entire game, so I wasn't using the menu, but since I didn't lock it out, the guy would open the menu, break the entire game, and he's like, "This game's terrible, it doesn't work." Clear proof that when you make a game for a game jam, you should leave at least a few days to, I don't know, test things instead of getting it like the very last day where you're just racing to cram in more mechanics. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't cram in more mechanics. That's a bad idea. That is not going to lead to a happy time. That's going to lead to sadness. And alas, my poor broken game did quite poorly in the jam, being knocked out in round 1. Even though it was objectively a much better game than what actually won, that game didn't have bugs. Mine sure did. It's the only time I ever actually entered at a jam, but the prize was $1,000 and they were going to publish your game, so I was like, okay, well, I don't hate this. Wait, what am I doing? There's already a pipe right here. Why am I adding a pipe? I might participate in one of the epic jams or something. Those don't seem much cooler. Anything that gets epic on your side. Mostly, I think I'm going to look for getting one of the mega grants, because the mega grants are worth a lot potentially, and not super hard to get. I mean, if your game looks good and it's made in Unreal Engine. Which, I mean, if you're making a 3D game, you should probably make it in Unreal Engine. I guess you could make it in Godot, but I've been told Godot's 3D is not very good. Take it all with a grain of salt, of course. I tried Godot, I really did, and it was fine. I guess. I don't know, you have to actually learn C# in order to use it, and I don't know C#, so I don't want to learn C#. I already learned Java, which was kind of a waste of time because Java is a terrible game dev language. It just has some fundamental flaws that make it a very bad decision for game dev. Like, I mean, you could do something worse, I'm sure, but yeah, I don't know. Does pathway work? Is this good enough? Ah, look at all that lag. Maybe I'll do some optimization tomorrow or something. There's a pipe I need to fix so it doesn't go through there. That dumps you out into the right way, and be able to open the painting up and then jump to the painting. In order to explore the other map. I just have it set that it kicks you to this painting right now. I don't really worry about the others at the moment. The mouse has stopped working. Okay, there we go. I was like, wait a minute. Better FPS on this map. That's true. Do this. I kind of wish you could slide down these and everything, but I do not actually know how to program sliding like that. Like it, like, you know, like it was a fun slide. I mean, I'm sure it can be done. I'm sure there's a tutorial on YouTube on how, but I really just, I mean, I know how to make a character move, but how to make this count as some sort of friction surface or something, or frictionless surface? Yeah, I have no idea. All right, so where does this dump you off? We're killing all joy in the world. My plan will be to have this just drop down, and then I'm going to run this other one up here straight over and have it fall down too. Just down the same thing, just to be that guy. Seems reasonable to me. I'm gonna have to test this because I have a, you know, character hiding in here that you have to try to carry all the way with you. And carrying her through the maze is going to be kind of challenging. So I don't even know. I don't even know the correct way through the maze offhand because I haven't made it yet. But I get the sneaking suspicion that it's going to be kind of challenging. Also, with it being basically, you know, dark all the time, it's going to be hopefully difficult for people to notice what's going on. I know, I'll have it go up a little bit, so this way they think that it's maybe leading up somewhere, and then have it drop off. Yes. Yes. Yeah, there's spline right there, so it's a little bit nicer. I gotta move out some so they actually connect very well with that. That connect well? No. It's a nice try, but it's kind of off to the side. Just a slight bit. Okay. Let's run through it and see how it plays out. up until this point, I didn't have anywhere to actually run through the pipes. Like, you'll run on top of the pipes. This is the first room we actually get to run in the pipes. Oh yeah, like that's way awful right there. Like, how are you even gonna know that's gonna dump you? Perfect, perfect. Yeah, as you can see, it's not really gonna give you a whole lot of hints of what's going on by looking from below. I've been going out of my way to make it very complicated. Oh yeah, the ghost girl left us for her father. I noticed one of these pipes didn't connect very well here, though. I have no idea if this room will actually be fun when it's all said and done. My goal is to have every room be somewhat different in how it plays. Like, not completely different. I mean, there's still a certain way the game plays out, but I want there to be... Like, I want you to see a clear difference between each of the rooms. And these first rooms have to introduce mechanics. So the first one introduces combat and like the ability to break things with the weapon. The second one introduces the magician and the ability to let you traverse things with it. And this one here introduces the ability to rescue toys. But I want another box somewhere. I can also run inside of this box too, for that matter. Perfect. I was looking for exactly this one, so I can just take this and put it down. Not every way needs to lead somewhere important. Some can actually just lead to free stuff. The best things about Unreal Engine, the whole geometry brushes that lets you just do this kind of stuff, make your own shapes. That's also part of why it's lagging so much, is because there's currently 72 brushes on the map. There won't be soon, but I need to decide how I'm going to finalize the shapes before I convert them over. Actually turn them into static meshes so they can, you know, just be, well, permanent things in the environment. Alright, so the plan here is to take this thing here. I already got one of them. I'm just going to make a copy of it, move it down. These are negative brushes. They cut that section out of a positive brush. This negative brush is a square, so I'm just literally moving it down, and that creates an area inside of here that you can move around in. That should work. I'm going to raise it up a bit because that creates a little divot in the ground that I don't like. Got to jump across this one here. Reasonable. I'll just shrink it down a bit. Just because I hate that little divot. Perfect. I don't know what's going to go in here yet, but I can always add more later. I can also just put a cap on one of these. Or do I want to run one of these down through here? Like, how do you get up to this? There's the question that needs to be asked. I haven't sent anyone over in this general vicinity for a while. There probably needs to be like one more junction. It kind of just sends people places. I have to be careful with dropping them out of it, because I can't drop them on top of the pipes. They'll be able to run around and do a bunch of things I don't want them to do. Where is the spline? Oh, never mind. This is not a spline. This is just a regular shape. I already have a shape right there, so I probably need like a spline like right here. Not spline, a junction. Junctions aren't attached to splines, so they don't bend in fun ways or anything. I don't know why I didn't just -90 this. You can actually do something where it you can create logic for how it places those, and you could actually build this whole network with those, but I don't think it's worth the time and effort to set all that up when you could just place them yourself and move on. If your whole game was that, I probably would do it. Really not. You know, a couple rooms at most. About realizing the truth. Some things aren't worth the time. I don't want to do the whole thing, I just want to do the... Apparently just the spline. No, not just the spline. Why can't I grab this last point? That's all I wanted to do the whole time. Like, just move the last point. I just want to bend it so it's a little nicer in connecting. That's all I care about. That works. The great failing I've done so far is I haven't used this whole section over here at all, nor have I ran any pipes above this area. I do have to be careful. I don't want them to go block the doors, so that's a thing that has to be known. But, turn the lights back on so I get a better idea of what I'm doing. Not a very good looking game with the lights on, but it's not supposed to be built with the lights being on, so it's fine. I think I just dropped this one straight down. As far as this goes, I'm probably going to remove this table from underneath her and have this fall straight down. You'll have to run over and jump. But I kind of want this to go somewhere useful. somewhere at least interesting. I probably need another box over here or something. Also, these pipes here don't go anywhere either. This just straight up enters the maze. I don't like that. This was like the first couple of pipes I dropped out, so they didn't really get the memo on what the point of this place was. So a lot of this early ideas are clearly not going to get there. I even have the same memory concept from Alice Madness Returns. Because there's a character who showed up before you, who you're looking for, and, well, her memories are, like, floating around in these, you know, crystal balls that you can find. A system that I haven't actually added in yet completely, but, you know, whatever. Shouldn't be too hard, just a thing that, you know, literally plays some audio and, shows, like, a little thing on the screen, a little text thing, maybe a picture of who's talking, and maybe not. I might not include the picture just because I might want to keep the mystery. And then some collectible thing somewhere to show that you've got them all. This could actually just be a separate way into the thing. That's true. I don't need this then. Trying to avoid awkward angles. I could have it connect around to this side, actually. And then have another one coming out of there to go some other place. It'd probably be less obnoxious looking to run around. Oops. Care about that right now. We'll do this instead. Get over. Just for more random disorienting pipes. I could have something chase you through the pipes, but again, this isn't really a horror game, so I might have some horror elements, but I'm not gonna make it entirely horror. Otherwise, I'd probably want to build the levels very differently. That's just an obnoxious place to have this. You go running circles all up and then fall. Oh no. Or if you jump over here, you get to go do something more interesting. Pull it back some. Alright. Let's do a quick run through to see how that looks. Mostly to see if she can actually physically do it. Inclines are pretty much your arch nemesis. It's hard to jump really high in these two, so I don't think it. I have to remember the way. Some of these pipes are kind of hard to tell. I don't even know. They are claustrophobic, but I guess that is actually the point. Oh yeah, and like if you do that, then you'll have two different things here and you won't even know where to go. Oh yeah, I can already see where this will be super claustrophobic. And just have no idea where you're going at all. You can easily just end up falling down to a lower area and be like, well, that sucks. Where am I now? Perfect, perfect. I might color code the junctions, though. Like, I don't know if I want to be that guy who's just literally gives you no hints. Maybe put some sort of things on the wall side there to give an idea, because I can already tell this is... I also ended up going... I'm building it, and I don't even know where I'm going. I mean, kudos to me for confusing myself. I didn't realize that was something I'd be congratulating myself for, but here we are. Using myself. Where does this one go? I have this whole section I didn't use, and I think I'm not going to go anything beyond the fence here. My biggest concern really is just the doors. And then this one, I don't... Which way do you even open? Yeah, you do open inwards, so... Hey, this one opens the other way, actually. Yeah, I think I'm just avoiding the doors. Only this little, like, outlet area is right here. That's only because you can come through the painting world up here, and then you have a way to get out to access these doors. Very easily. Later on, there's, like, a fly mechanic. Oh, I agree, Crimson Surge. I really do. Like, there needs to be infinite 3D Metroidvanias, and, also, the train is going by. I don't live very far from one. I don't know if you can hear it. I mean, yes. Doors... Yeah. I don't have any ladders in the game, though. Because I have access to mechanics that let her travel through things, so she doesn't really need the door or the ladders. It's like, well, she can jump first of all, but one of the primary, like there's different mechanics for every tarot. She collects the tarot cards to use abilities and stuff, and the Magician Tarot not only lets her pick up items that she can use as like stepping stones and as weapons, like bowling balls. Keep forgetting I left that pillar there. It also lets her open drawers in order to use them as, like, you know, ladders of sorts. So this is one of my versions of a ladder. Jump with that. She has a lollipop as a weapon, or giant sucker, whichever you want to call it. It's the Fool. Some windows can also be open too, and you can see the outside world through it. But she's a cursed doll powered by the curse that is inside this warehouse, so she can't leave the warehouse. Oh, sorry, it's a factory. It was originally a warehouse. Or she'll die, so... You're kind of stuck in there, but you can look around out there a bit. Sneak through levels and things. Also have the ability to, you know, pull yourself up on things. Well, hopefully pull yourself up. I missed that one, didn't she? And a mechanic based around if she's in the darkness, then the curse affects her more and it slowly drains her sanity. And oh, thanks. Yeah, it slowly drains her sanity, and then well, if she runs out of sanity, she, you know, is taken over by the curse and basically dies. I mean, she's not really dead, but you know, the curse is won. So going back into the light ring brings her sanity back. However, she has to be in the darkness to gain her curse powers, which are what power all of her tarot cards. This is a future enemy. I just put him in there to see what his attacks would be. I'm probably just going to use this weird leap attack, honestly, where he just tries to jump and he's like, "Ow." I really just wanted to be like a Pac-Man. Like, he's, "Ow, ow." Sweet. Oh yeah, welcome to the 3D world. It's something else. There's a lot of fun with it. I mean, doing third person, it's nice. The thing about third person and why it's rough is you have to have character models for your main character. Oops, I fell off. Which is, like, I mean, Poppet here has all these different animations she has to worry about that if I was doing first person, I would not have to deal with. And that is, it's rough. It's definitely rough. But the good news is I don't know if you've seen it, but there's the game animation sample that Epic released. And if you build your game off that, I mean, look at the the movement she's got. That's the game animation sample in action. Like when she jumps off a higher thing like that, she's like, you'll see her land in different ways and things like that based upon stuff like that. And that's just all built right in to the game animation sample. Plus the whole climbing up on things and stuff. Very worth doing. I mean, at $0, it's pretty hard to go wrong with. As someone who's doing 3D to stand out more, I understand all too well. Yes, I do. Yeah, I do. I mean, I'm going out of my way to do everything I can to try to have as much charm and just uniqueness to my game as possible. So this way, if I can't sell it like on mechanics, I'll try to sell on atmosphere. I mean, for an indie game, obviously one must set the bar lower for an indie than a AAA or something. Most of the 3D Metroidvanias are all AAA ones, like Batman and, you know, the Tomb Raider remakes. It was like, or of course Metroid Prime or something like that, you know. All games that clearly I'm not making. No. I don't have to stand on the shoulders of giants, but if I can at least, you know, see the giants in the distance, it's good enough. Yeah. It adds new mechanics, third person does, because in first person it's kind of hard to do a lot of platforming or things like that, or a lot of hiding in places and things. I mean, it can be done, but it just plays weirder. So there's definitely some upsides to third person as far as like how it plays out. And I mean, third person shooters they do exist, and I mean, I don't know if I like them better or worse. Like, it just depends on the third person shooter, to be honest. Sometimes they're pretty cool, and other times they're not so cool. It's just, they're definitely rare. First person shooters, oh my god. Like, you better have a clear plan if that's the genre you want to get into. That's like getting into a platformer, just a generic platformer. Good luck. Like, you're gonna have a real hard time breaking into markets that crowded. Third person shooters, not many of them, so you know, it could happen. This is the worst pipe I've ever seen. This is like the meme of the just because you're unique doesn't mean you're useful. Literally, this pipe. It's just saying. That's fair. I mean, the thing about those things like the Call of Duty stuff like that, whenever you see other characters, they do have models in there for them. So, you know, you do actually, they still animate the models. It's funny because they're actually doing a lot of the work of the third person game without ever actually, you know, your viewpoint is still first person. I always found that amusing. Like, even things like Borderlands and stuff literally animate the other characters, so when you're playing multiplayer, you can see them. Oh, are you going to actually do a multiplayer thing there? Because that's a whole extra headache that is... I don't even know how to do it. I'm just going to go and say it right now. I don't even know how that works. I got nothing. No clue. I have space for another block? Maybe I do. I'm going to have one more block. Just one. Complete the ridiculousness. Good plan. Scope creep is pretty much the #1 killer of solo devs. Just devs in general, even teams, it's just scope creep. I've seen it kill AAA games, honestly. It's not... There, I have... in my plans for this, I have actually hit points... I have additional things. I planned it so that there was scope that I could cut if it wasn't working out. Like, if I can't get something reasonably done, there's some things I'm just going to jettison out of the game. Be like, nah, this isn't going to happen. I can't make it work. But rather than do that, I'm going to keep the core important stuff, and then I might get rid of those. Now, I obviously would like to have all of them in. But I also recognize that I am a solo dev, and as a solo dev, sometimes you're going to have to make hard cuts. My best advice, treat it like a game jam. Literally just set up a timeline of things have to be finished by this time, this time, this time, this time, and exactly what you need to have finished by that time. And if it doesn't get done by that time, it gets cut. So this way it forces you to not just, go, oh, this is cool. Oh, this is cool. Maybe this. How about this? This seems like a good mechanic. Maybe I should redo this. No. Game jam rules. You don't get to read it. When the time hits, it's over. Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with that. You definitely want to have enough content to make it worth it, people. Just remember that you are a solo dev, so especially in a 3D world, there's just a lot of things that you got to be done in 3D. I advise taking every shortcut imaginable. If you can outsource the work to anybody, do it. Don't be afraid to buy assets from the marketplaces. Trust me, like making all the stuff yourself takes forever. I made some of the characters myself. Other characters, no. Some of the assets I made. Other stuff, no. Because if you're one person, there's just a limit on how much you can accomplish at any given time. Even this game seems so ambitious that I'm like, I plan to hopefully have the demo done by the end of the year. I say hopefully because, well, I have plans and a timeline, but things can go wrong. Ah, there you go. That's where you get assets from. I get so many from Humble Bundle and from Epic. Oh my god. And right now I'm waiting for the Black Friday sale on the Epic Marketplace to get other stuff I need. The last stuff I want. So I get the stuff for like 70% off or something. Take advantage of sales. I did the same thing with music. I bought like various, Humble Bundle music packs too. Which is what I put in the background too, because I also stream on YouTube, and YouTube don't like music that you don't have the copyright to. YouTube doesn't like anything. I'm still paranoid they don't watch videos because they might decide to, you know, give me a copyright strike because I briefly looked at a 30-second video. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, like, anytime you can sit there and find some sort of thing that lets you just use random assets, oh my god. I made a horrible mistake in that I decided to set my game entirely in a steampunk world. Do you have any idea how hard it is to find assets for steampunk? And then I decided toys. Because I, for some reason, wanted to hate myself or something. I don't know. Like, really? Yeah. And picked up reasonable quality ones. I mean, as you can see, I have a steampunk world outside of my thing ready to go. My giant toy factory. So, I mean, I got stuff. I need another one that actually has all these weird machines and stuff that I don't have yet. Actually, a lot of the assets I'm using are from that, they did that Victorian house thing from the Humble Monthly that was like, I think 3 or 4 months back. Put in the interaction system, which I just folded into my game. I was like, thanks. Because of Victorian steampunk, so as long as it's some combination of those, I can get away with a lot. This is my Annabelle ripoff. I'm just saying. I'm definitely going to have a lot of weird SCP, you know, things like the Warren Museum type of setups and everything like that. Just weird cursed toys doing things. So, if you've ever seen the real Annabelle doll, the message on the Annabelle doll, or on the case for it, is warning, positively do not open. Man, insane. I also plan to have a room full of the forbidden toys, which will help do something with them. Boy, I need to get assets for it. Oh, nice. I like that. Levels that change later levels. In your new connected world, you're going to have separate levels. These are important questions that must be asked. I have way too many of these. I need to... They're causing lag at this point, but I'll do that off stream where I turn them all into static meshes. It's so boring. Sit there, you turn them into static meshes, and then you add collision for all of it. It takes forever. It's not pleasant. I've kind of learned that certain things are better to stream than others. Me solving a really difficult programming problem, not very fun for a stream. No. Me making a pipe maze, people will watch that. That's fair. I'm so mixed on the multi-levels thing. Which engine are you using for it? Oh, never mind. You said you had Epic. You had the free monthly stuff, so using Unreal. The thing that they don't tell you, is that the stuff isn't persistent between levels, right? So when your character moves through, you need to save all that information somewhere, either in the game instance or to a file. And then open the level, and then you can take, load all that stuff onto your character and drop your character into the new level. So I was like, it's cool, I'll just have some separate levels. I have way too many of these at the moment. You can see the lag it's causing. So I have open world levels, but I have, in order to have a system where I could unlock characters on a different level, I had to build a whole save system. Things they just don't tell you. Also, I had to change the spawn system, so I could have it spawn at various locations. Which meant essentially doing this. Gets the choose player. I had to override the choose player start. And then on my game instance save, I actually have the starting location. And then it'll do that if it's not blank. If it's blank, it just makes it game start, so you don't just start in the middle of nothing. Finds all the player starts, goes through them, and finds the one with the tag that has that, and then puts it on there. And this is important because otherwise, you can't start at a random player, or you can't start at a specific player start. It'll just randomly pick one. Isn't that fun? Oh, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, some of us decided to have a mechanic that does not allow for me skipping out on the save system. Also, the previous version I had, like, that was like, I want to say 50% of the first level, took around 30 minutes. I don't know how long this new version takes. I changed the whole design philosophy to be, I found it just much more fun design philosophy. So, I don't know if I can get away with no saves unless I guess if the demo is only half an hour, but even then, at half an hour, people are going to want to save. And I think it's going to be longer than half an hour. If I do the first level of this place, I think it's going to be low. Fortunately. Because, I mean, I have this room to do, this room to do, still this room to do. There's a room in here. There's a room over here. There's a hallway over here. The chapel's already made. I'm going to have a giant tea party fight in here because Alice in Wonderland style things. I have a room that I had to redo because I changed the whole game. The room here. Those might not be in the demo, honestly. A reading room you have to get from. The Forbidden Toys room. I mean, like, by the time you go through all this, Poppet's a little character. That's pretty good. I think it's a reasonable length. The big problem I have is that not overscope. Some of us are delusional hobbyists. I call myself a delusional hobbyist because I haven't made any money yet, so here's the IRS definition. It's a hobby until you make money. Then you owe them money. Oh wait, that sucks. Yeah. I imagine there'll be a lot of failing in this room, so this will probably take longer than I think. Nice, nice. One of the things you could do is you could also just build it off of a pre-made too. Epic gives out so many of those. Take a third-person action template and just build off that. No shame in it. I ended up building off my own stuff because at the end of the day, I didn't understand a lot of how the stuff worked in there when I first started, so I wanted to learn. But if you were just trying to release it fast, a lot of stuff kind of exists. Where does this go? Is this like a shortcut? Well, even if you get to the end, it doesn't matter because you haven't rescued the person, so you can't progress. You'll have to go back through the dungeon, not back through the maze to find her. Yeah, that sounds like, you know, Unreal in a nutshell. The best advice I can really give you is don't use a lot of the extra systems. You don't need a lot of the extra systems. You can do the whole game in blueprints. So you can skip out on things, and like you don't necessarily have to you don't have to use enums if you don't want to. You don't have to use like, what are they called? Blanking on the name now. Blah, 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 blah. I was going to use an example, and then I totally forgot what these things are called. You don't have to use event dispatchers. That's what they were. You can skip that. fine. You don't got to use them. You know, I mean, I use interfaces for basically everything because I find them the easiest to use. So I don't have to do, like, I don't have to figure out a lot of stuff. I was going to use the AI system, but then I tested it out and it was so complicated. It required so many files that I just started putting all the stuff in blueprints because you can command all the AI stuff from blueprints. You never have to leave them. There's like PCG graphs. You don't need to learn PCG graphs. Like, you can use them if you want, but I mean, like, Epic has like a huge number of ways to do something. So yeah, like, it really is just find a way that works and just don't worry about all the other methods. As a solo dev, you don't have time to learn every method under the sun. And just because Epic found something that's slightly better doesn't mean you need to use it. Like, you know, man, because the time it takes to learn it is so high. I've made this mistake. Yes, indeed. Yeah, like, blueprints are slower than, I guess, you know, C++, but there's things you can do to really improve your speed and things. Like, I have no optimization going on right now. I've got like multiple browsers open. I've got tabs open for these things too, which will slow down your game when you're in the editor. Like, streaming itself eats a whole bunch of resources on the computer, so it slows it down. Much faster when it's not in that. But I mean, the big issues are gonna like run into is a lot of the tutorials will tell you to cast to like the character, the main character. Don't do that. Don't ever cast to the main character. Like, it's one thing if it's like its animation itself, like its own animation cast to it. Sure, it's always going to use that. But what they just don't tell you is the size map problem, where anything that casts to the character has to be loaded when the character does. This character has a huge size map. You can blame Epic for that one. Because I decided to adopt their new animation system, which then adds a bunch of crap. Also, I need to optimize the main character because she's a Daz character, and Daz is not optimized. But when you're a solo dev and you want custom stuff, you take what you can get. But yeah, if you cast to a character, then it appears on the, they have to load that. Some stuff you got it, like, but with the power of like interfaces or event dispatchers, you can avoid casting. I don't quite understand event dispatch very well. Yeah. The other one that gets me is spawning something. If you spawn an actor of class, it's now linked to that. You gotta be real careful with that one. So I actually have a creator type of character who just sits there on the map and spawns things relative for that map. So it's not linked directly to Poppet. You know, because yourself has already got enough crap on her. She doesn't need that. So, I mean, it's just an actor that's called upon to say, oh, yeah, load this. So if she shows up on the map, none of that's tied to it. Perfectly fine. You can also get all actors with tag or something like that, and that will, you can get around a lot of things. Like, you can reference characters that you didn't actually, without actually, you know, directly calling upon them. Like, where I did this, oh, never mind, it's her lamps that do it. Ask me was tricky. What am I doing? I'm gonna type this in search. I think this is the one that did it. Interfaces. There we go. Yeah, get all actors of class with tag. And then at that point, you're just referencing actor. And because I tagged this character Violet, you know, it'll find her, and there's only one of her, And it does this thing and does, you know, can reference her. Finds exactly her without ever directly referencing. Yeah. People really underestimate how bad enemy AI is. Thankfully, Metroidvanias are full of mostly enemies that are very one note. So you don't really have to make complicated AIs for anything but a boss. So, that's helpful. I'll take a quick bio break. I'll be back in like 60 seconds. Right. I've returned. Yeah, I've been dreading AI. I read it all just in blueprints because, you know, the AI system has a lot of problems. Funny, I was watching these videos, they're like, going, the system's not very good for complicated AI, and I was like, isn't that the reason to use it? I thought you would want it for complicated AI. Why am I using this? It's not. It's really not very good for complicated AI. It's actually pretty crappy. It's pretty good for simple AI, but at that point they're like, well, you don't always need to do this for the simple AIs. I was like, so you just told me not to use it when it's simple or when it's complicated. But when it's like mid, you use it when you need a mid-like AI? It's just, I don't know. Armed with interfaces, you can hand information back and forth and you can make the AI do a lot. But the fact that you basically need interfaces and you have to make an individual file for every action and things like that, it just turns the AI system into this really complex mess. And then I was told that they're actually basically getting rid of it and they have like 3 other versions of AI, and I was like, what in the world? Because good old Epic's just like, nah. We gotta have all these other ways too. These will work out fine, totally. Spoiler later. I watched a video, like, someone tried to explain the different ones, and I just was like, I don't get it, man. This is complicated. And don't get me wrong, I made an AI where the character was literally go around and she was hunting down these lamps, and she would turn them off to try to make it so that you would slowly die from running out of sanity. And you could turn the lamps back on, but it was like a fight because you forgot to light the lamp, she would start attacking you. And her entire plan was to just kill you by, you know, waiting for your sanity to drain off. Just a fun boss. Just, you know. I mean, she also summoned units and did various attack patterns too, but if you didn't bother to come near her, she would just turn off all the lights and watch you die. Like, man, fair enough. I realize I can have more than one way to the end, and it doesn't matter, because if you don't rescue the character, it is irrelevant that you got to the end of this maze. That actually makes this way easier. Then you could run with her. I had to fix the little thing so it's actually on top where she'd normally be. There's currently no way to get there, but you could jump on this right now, technically. There's sort of a way to win. Haha, there is actually a way to win now, even if it's awkward. I ran out of curse. Uh-oh. Is there too much light? Really? I must have a light source nearby that's just too strong. I need to have a better method for determining if she's in the light besides attenuation. Aha! You. Get there. Not you. You're not even supposed to be there. Ah, and that would unlock her. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I could pull up muscle. Game dev is not for the faint of heart. It's really hard on the body, yes. And I think just sitting here all day messing with game dev is probably not healthy, but listen. We used to joke, because I started in the RPG Maker community, we had a joke that that it just emitted its own radiation or something, and that's why everyone in the community who'd been there for any other time was just super unhealthy and just or sick with something. They were just, it was never good. It was just it's like, it must be some kind of radiation that is just emitted killing us all. And yeah. You never truly escape it. Of course, if I just started with Unreal Engine, I'd have much better games. I'll give some credit to RPG Maker. I didn't actually even know what variables were when I first started, so... you know. Do I think anyone should use the engine? Oh, hell no. Terrible engine. Don't use it. Don't do that to yourself. Never do that. But that was quite a long time ago, so, you know. Much better engines exist now. Honestly, I don't know why anybody uses anything but the big three. And that's just because the help forum is so much greater. Like, you know, there's just tutorials for everything. I have a Discord full of people who just like to try weird, stupid engines, and the biggest problem you'll encounter with a lot of these engines is just like, well, no one uses it. No one even knows how to do anything with it. And even if you do figure it out, you have to make everything yourself because there's no like infrastructure built around it. No one's using it. But you pick one of the big three, and you're guaranteed to be able to just have whatever you need. You know, you don't have to, like, it exists, and pretty much for the most part you could get it, or someone can make it for you because people use the engine. They have the skills. It's not an unknown quantity. People do like their instant game WYSIWYGs, though. Like, this game will spit out this type of game, and you don't have to do any work. Like, I just saw something where it was an AI-based game dev thing, and you just told it prompts, and it starts for the platform, but You could sit there and retool it and a bunch of things. It was kind of neat for what it was, but it lacked something really important. The ability to take the game and publish it somewhere else. Like, well, you just made a game for them to make money. Congratulations. You can't make money. Also, the games where they weren't very good. They weren't super in-depth or anything. They were about as cool as the, you know, animations you see AI make, where it's kind of a mess and you know AI made it. Yeah. Maybe someday it'll be really good. It is not now. This way doesn't have a lot of traps. I can just leave this open. You can just jump out if you want. Problem with these traps of like falling is there's just stuff underneath now, so I can't really just drop them anymore. Huh. I've painted myself into a corner. No, I guess I could have a tube that just falls down to the ground, thus preventing them from actually doing it. Not a bad idea. When I first put a couple pipes in this room, I did not anticipate the monstrosity that would arise from it. Yeah. That's pretty much what AI is. It's just a tool to do things. The whole, you know, have AI make everything thing is... I mean, don't get me wrong, eventually I'm sure it'll be a thing, but it'll just unlock the ability to make other kinds of things, so... My advice is usually adopt the new technology. Don't fight the new tech. But I wouldn't adopt AI necessarily yet because legality. Simply legality. Until you know for certain that you know, game you're making you spent like a year plus on. Like until you know for certain that the assets you made with AI or the stuff you did is okay to use. Seems quite the gamble to risk, you know? Like, if you're just gonna make YouTube videos, yeah, whatever, go ahead and use AI. Sure, whatever. Nobody's gonna care or check you on that. I see people do it all the time. Like, the creepypasta genre is loaded with people. So, I mean, that's fine. But if you're gonna make a game with, like, Steam's rules could change at any moment, you're just asking for it. Not a good plan. I wouldn't do that, but otherwise, this has to fall below. Can't get up there. Do I want one more area? I don't know if I do. But, I don't know. I don't use AI. Ooh, almost dumped my drink. What? Grab some Kleenex here and clean this mess up that I just made. Party foul. Filling the beer. Well, it's actually pale ale. Still party foul to spill it. I basically need 2 more ways to go, and then this one here, like, I don't care if it opens upward, honestly. I guess this could just be another trap. The only one I'm not sure about trapping is this one here. But I guess near the end, trapping multiple times is fine because it's just, you know, you're near the end. I could make this taller and have another hidden area. I'll do that. Why not? Let's have a little fun with this, shall we? Really though, I think at the end of the day, the hardest thing in game dev was actually just getting people to look at your game. Like, I've seen that be the problem. Like, you know, making the game, It's rough. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of work into making a game. Getting people to actually look at that game, challenge. Thankfully, they're a lot of fun to make. So you know, there's that. Yeah. I see all these people like with all these weird recommendations for how to do it, and like you just gotta get a Steam page as soon as you have a name, and I'm like, no, don't do that to yourself. Don't be that guy. People have some weird ideas. I usually for people who are you know, successful give me their opinion on things. Versus a lot of these game devs are like, they make a YouTube and they're like, oh, you should do this because I said so. That's not what I want. I just wanted to make it go up, not the whole thing. Exactly. Like, you should post things on, like, you know, Screenshot Saturday, or no, I'm not doing that. Not doing it. Good. I had some previous projects I tried stuff like that for. If your game isn't coming out like immediately or in really short order, don't waste your time. Don't do it. And I don't have a time frame. Well, I do have a time frame for this, but it won't be immediate, so. At the earliest, I'm thinking October of next year. That's, I'll go ahead and say, pretty generous to even make that assumption. I don't think it's happening. I do have a timeline set up, but that's pretty much a good idea. I have too many of these box brushes. It takes forever to edit. Too many people just decide to make their thing really quickly, and they're just like, wait a minute. Why does no one care about my game that looks just like a prototype? I don't know. I mean, look at my collection of free games Epic gave me, that like hundreds of them that are better than the game that his prototype is showing here. It's on the ground here. Definitely see a lot of people's prototypes in the various discords I'm in. I just see it's just like, oh, well, that's cool, man. And I don't want to be the guy to tell them that it looks kind of like everyone else's, but cool, yes. Pipe is sticking into the side of this. Every time I see a prototype that looks like a open world crafting game where they use the Mega Scans assets, and they're like, what do you think of my game? And I struggle to say something positive because it's about as generic as you could possibly get. I'm like going, okay, what am I going to say about their game that is makes it seem like I don't think it's the most generic thing I've ever seen. I don't know, man. That looks good. Yeah, you got this. You'll do well. I don't really have anything. Like, there's never anything unique to say. It's just like you literally have a first-person survival crafting game where you use the Mega Scans assets and you're in a woods somewhere. Cool. You just made a game that I can make in like 30 minutes. Cool. Like, okay. Probably an exaggeration, but a lot of those their videos are of games that are not very far along. So they don't have full-on crafting systems made or anything. I don't believe I can make a full-on crafting system in 30 minutes. I'm going to say that. Gotta make a beautiful, you know, open world forest map with mega scans in 30 minutes? Sure. They're called PCG graphs. In fact, I'll probably just open the Epic, you know, project that just has a bunch of pre-made PCG graphs and using exactly those assets and just drop them right into my project. Be like, here you go. Those things are terrible, by the way. They are not performant at all. Holy crap, I tested it. And just putting one on, my FPS went from 60 to 30 just because I used one PCG stamp. Oh yeah, people have like just rose-colored glasses for their game. It's wild to see. I mean, I've been there. I know my game is in a complete dumpster fire state at the moment. I mean, I'm not even in alpha yet. I'm still building the first areas of it. I don't expect much, but a lot of people, well, no one has an ugly baby in their own eyes, basically. Oh yeah, well, that's the thing, because the big studios have well, reputation. They have advertising budgets. You know, that's the reason why they can get away with it, because, you know, they've been in the business for so long, whereas you as an indie have not. Unless you're like a proven indie, which, okay. Like if the guy who made Terraria decided to release another game in like early access, it would instantly do well. Unless the game looked like complete, you know, crap. Otherwise, it would do well, because he's built up enough of a audience that it works. But for everyone else, no. I don't know. I don't fault him. Like, you know, I mean, every indie game every AAA game I've seen lately feels like early access because of the day one patches. Just saying. Like, you know, come to think of it, I thought that was just their mode of business. I'll be here. Bugging along, collecting followers, question mark? I don't know. I just like chatting. Game dev is a lonely hobby if you have no one to chat with. Thankfully, you can find people online who have suffered, enjoyed the same experiences you have. Yes, enjoyed. I love game dev. Even if I haven't really made any money off it, I'm not quitting my day job, let's put it that way. The best game dev advice I could ever offer anyone: don't quit your day job. Actually, if you can swing a second day job, you might want to do that too. Just saying, don't quit it. Bad plan. That's still sticking through there. Still sticking through? Oh, it's actually the pipe that's sticking through. This pipe here. One does not quitteth one's day job when one wishes to survive in the indie world. Unless one happens to make a very viral game. In like a month. Which some people do, but I don't think I would plan for them. I think I would just assume that is not happening. We're not making a viral game. Yes. I'm not even sure this is going to be a fun mechanic to set up here. I hope so, but if it's not fun, I just won't use it in multiple rooms. I'll use it in just the one room, and I'll tweak it to make it better. It is kind of turning into a lag fiesta due to how many brushes are in here, so I probably need to fix that. That'll probably be something I do off stream, where I just sit there and go and create all the static meshes. And make it so this one room isn't causing the whole game to lag. With like these 79, brushes. See how long it takes to even move it. You only have like a couple, it's instantaneous, but sadly, I use a lot of them. Plan. First off, I'll make this -90, so I'm just going to move it over there anyway. Plan is to not do any more brushes for a while. I'm gonna hide stuff in the maze so it'll be at least interesting. This is like the fifth room, so. But each room takes so long in this game that, I mean, this has got to be. Depends how long you spend the painting world. I haven't really made the first map yet because I need certain assets. But I'm gonna go and assume you spend about 5 minutes in a room. This room will probably be longer than that because I'm sure you'll mess the maze up multiple times. So hey, Mike. I mean, nothing wrong with that. Sometimes the internet's just not great. You just gotta, wait until Big Daddy Elon makes Starlink so good that we all have it. And doesn't charge $120 a month for it. It's kind of a lot. Part of it is. I'll just put some random stairs in here. Then stairs in here. It's an easy out for getting back up. Or I can make the pipe go farther down. Or I put something else besides these stairs in places, but whatever. That's right. It's a work. The beatings will continue until the game dev improves. I've been making my toy maze. It is Pretty much a lesson in sadness, I think is the best way to describe the toy maze. As you can see, it is monstrous. Still have one in there I need to finish up too, like one space that's open. I'll run underneath it. You can see the horrors. There's plenty of spaces that just drop you out down here and you have to start over. Ah yes, look at the beautiful things here. Everywhere. More things that drop you down. That might be too close to the door. I gotta finish that too. Alright, well I might just change that connector out. This one I just let you drop out, I'm fine with that. This one doesn't do this. There's actually more spaces that I could add for more things too. This is my horror. I don't even know the correct way through the toy maze. I think the best way is actually this way though, but you miss out on a bunch of the items if you just go this way. So I have reasons for you to go all the ways. But you're just running along and then you're like, oh look. That one's not too bad because I didn't, you know, make it where you just can run forward and get more stuff. Like, which way you go now? This way is like a bad news. Look, I went the wrong way, and like your sanity's slowly draining, so eventually you just die off if you can't get out in time. Don't worry. You're welcome to run back to the start and get your sanity back anytime you want. No problem, as long as you got sanity. Might as well go back and start over. Yeah, like, those are the ones that really get you right there. You just run on, you're like, uh-oh. Might put more in, because, you know, I'm a terrible person. Oh, and I messed the jump up there. And once again, you start over. Isn't that fun? Yeah. I'm gonna add in more things to make the sanity seem like it's really depleting. Right now, I just have a really crappy mechanic for it. I've been debating on how extreme I want the mechanic to be, and on the one hand, I want him to know, and I want it to really, you know, hammer in that it's insanity, but at the other, I also want them to be able to see the game. Because it is a Metroidvania, not a horror game. I'm sure I'm going to be arguing that one for quite a while. Pretty much, yeah. Whatever's most fun. Yeah, I don't actually know the correct way through my own maze there. I think, oh, you have to go, like... The actual correct way would be to go... Well, one of the ways is this way, over to here, up to this. And then you go to here. And then, nope, that's not even... There's not even the correct way to go this way, is there? Oh, no, from here you have to go up to here. And then through there, over to here. And then you can go back this way, get her, and then drag her back this way. Through here. And this is the right way, I believe? Yeah. Did you get all that? Oh, toy maze. Probably gonna need some extra hints in here to make it where people can actually figure out where anything is. Isn't that fun? I'm gonna put a lid on here. Made a special lid just in case I want to block an area off. Might as well use it. I actually consider it a jump scare mechanic too, but we'll see if that one plays out or not. I started kind of programming it. Then I decided I was going to work on something different. Got to it. I'll let him have a way to jump out. See, the funny part is, because of the sanity mechanic, they might jump out themselves because they're dying. They have to run back to the beginning or be, you know, forced to go back to the save point. And, you know, save point for this one isn't that far back. It's actually just back in this. You're not that far. This is only the 5th room. I'm not going to be that guy. Painting World also counts as a save too, because you didn't save there. But hopefully you don't have to load a whole map. That's a lot. Ask. Might move this over a bit. So cap that off. Definitely let him fall down because I'm a terrible person. I think I'll just leave. Oh no, I can't do that. That's right, because it's too high up and they could land on the pipes. This needs to go somewhere or be blocked. I'll be nice, I'll block it. I could just make a way to fall straight down. There's so many ways to just completely fall. I have to start over. Oh yeah, I've definitely got so much going on with this now. It's things are very much improving. Need to cap off everything there, and then I can call this maze good, and then probably move to the next room. I mean, I'll end up having to test things and make it better, but I'm gonna cap the top of this. I have my plan for the story to work out a little better, and I need certain models. I'm waiting definitely for Black Friday because the Epic Mega Sale will be like, you know, 70% off all the stuff I need at that point. I'll probably drop like 150 bucks on everything I need for the rest of the game. There's a couple things I now want because they showed up and they didn't exist before, and I was like, these are so cool. Am I gonna put something over here? I don't think I am. Might just cap this direction too. Maybe I'll put something later. I don't know. But at some point, there might be a few too many things happening in this room. It is only the 5th room. I was going to wait a little longer to bring the pain, but nah. This is to show that sometimes you got to kick puppies. That's pretty much what this room is. They will learn. Puppies aren't going to kick themselves. What's up? Probably forward, actually. Yeah. This stupid, it's too low, causing it to put a divot down. This is a sufficient number of secret rooms, I imagine, because there's like a room up here where you have to get to, but then every other one is like a secret room or just a side way to go. And I do like to reward exploration, so if you go to all these little side rooms, there will be reasons to go. I don't want to have you not go through all these, not gain anything going through these rooms. But there is a way that skips most of those rooms, so you can skip all the fun stuff. I definitely made it where it skipped 90% of the freebies. Just so you can, you know, enjoy missing out on everything and have to go back in the maze. We're here to make friends. So I had the mechanics set up for this. I've left Boozeberry over here for no apparent reason. He ain't moved out of this room yet. Yes, yeah. One must live up to the name. So where is Boozeberry at? In the library? Maybe I'll lock him in this room. Go find him. There's already a key in this room. The key. Oh, it's for the guidance room, so you literally have to go. That's no fun. I don't want to put it somewhere you have to go. You want to unlock the battle arena, you gotta do it, you know, you gotta earn it. You put him up somewhere really obnoxious. Like up on top of one of these or something. You'd have to get him all the way over to this other room. It isn't really that hard. I'm not even trying to do the Patrick fight. I'm definitely going to make him much harder than I currently have him. You're gonna earn your stripes against Patrick. But he's gonna be like, honestly, I should probably have him early. Because I have him like, and then he gives you the key to the next boss, or that doesn't make it. I created a system so Charlotte can wander around now. But she doesn't have any real trigger for her showing up then. What's she doing? Oh. Absolutely nothing, because there's no nav mesh. I still didn't program this to do anything. Oh. He now floats around. Well, supposedly floats around. Just gonna sit there? Broken? Let's see. Okay, apparently she just decided she doesn't want to go anywhere else. It's like, nah, I don't like the spot. Stay. I guess I did stop in the middle of working on her to figure out other stuff. Just broken every time, or is this a random? I should be testing out the pipe maze, to be completely honest. Now she's wandering around. She just didn't like that one spot, I guess. No, you. She will come near me because she's, you know, ready to come after me if I'm... But her AI is really stupid. As you can tell, like, I mean, she's trying to reach a point, but the pathing is stupid. Let's see what she's doing. Do a bit of a wellness check on this character here. How that Poppet. Begin play. Always remember your print strings, but if you don't, make certain your print strings tell you what it is so you can find them later. Oh my god, the amount of time I've wasted trying to figure out what my print strings were at is just stupid. Actually, I think I have one for damage too. Oh, it's on the NPC then. Giving me all these messages earlier. Their target damaged. Earlier they weren't falling over dead. Are now. The other thing I wanted to do was partial paths. So for partial paths here. Here. Make the acceptable radius higher. Okay. I don't actually know what continuous full tracking does. Let's click the button and find out. When in doubt. Click the button. Click the button. Do it. Click it. What you doing, pal? I gotta wanna. Okay, well. Clearly that didn't work. Apparently it's like the emo thing there. You click it and it's like, what's the point? Why am I bothering? Life is pain. I'm not pathing to the next patrol point. Pretty much what I heard. Now she's like, yeah, okay. With the emo button off, she's fine. Ah. Trying to get to 5, but she can't. It creates a fail. Apparently 5 is unreachable. I wonder if that's the code or if it's just I picked 5 weird points. Ad mesh is annoying me, so it's on, but I don't have to. That's 1. This one's already selected. That's obnoxious. I'm just gonna trash them all and start fresh. I just want to establish that it's I didn't just accidentally double click one or something, or click them in a weird order or whatever. You know? Actually, do this one. Alright, that should fix that. Were you most of this today? I don't even know which comment that was even for. It's just chatting. I did get this. Yay, 100 messages today. Nice. I'm still at only 17 followers on Twitch, I'm just saying. But, you know. People are chatting. Restream's been a good idea because there are times when there's no one to chat with on one, but I have people to chat with on the other side. At least I'm never bored. Yeah. I enjoy not being bored. And standing on a cake. It's all fake food, so, you know. That's why she doesn't squish in it. Why would the ghost girl care about, you know, real food? I could just have her go in a circle. I have the random option on, and I think the random doesn't work very well because it'll try to reach an area she can't reach. And when she can't reach it, she'll just sit there and keep trying to reach it, but she can't. Which is just not the best. Oh yeah, okay, fair enough. The whole emo thing, I get it, I get it. I mean, listen, you know, a lot of game devs, they're kind of like little prima donnas about this stuff. Like, I'm just like, just build your damn game. If you don't like game dev, don't build a damn game. Go play a game or something. Do something else. Some of us just love it. We're just here because that's why we're here. Even if the game doesn't make money, it's just so much fun. I do this as a hobby. That's, I think what a lot of people are missing. It's just like, have fun with it. Too many people are just like, it's all about the money. If it's all about the money, you're in the wrong business. Terrible business even if you want. Want to make money with, you know, programming. Program apps that people care about. Don't program games. Games are, yeah, you're gonna have a real hard time convincing people to like your game. Make assets or various plugins for stuff. I mean, you'll make more money with that than your average game. But it's fun to make a game. I think for this to work, this has to happen first, right? Before the move. Does it? Let's see, because if random will only random at the end if it's successful. But if I do this beforehand, then I can skip this whole problem. So it's really just going to be switch on string, do all these, and then at the end do that. Okay. Just a logic fail on my part. I guess it's all connecting to print string, even though it's going to be kind of lame, but whatever. Movie needs to go at the end of this. And no matter what happens, it has to turn it off. On. False also goes to this. Can't shut that off in advance. Yeah. I mean, you should sort out your own life before you worry about game dev in most cases anyway. A lot of people just... I mean, if you got problems, game dev ain't gonna help. I mean, it's fine if it's just a hobby and you just have... I want to get your mind off something, but... But square off your, you know, life and do what you gotta do before you do this, in most cases. Now maybe you just, don't care about that. You just, want to spend your whole life not making it, staring at it. I guess that's an option, but goodness knows it's the main option RPG maker. Whole community. And for me, it's kind of been pretty similar too. Like I've made games, but they weren't really completed games that were terrible. End up on the cake. I'm gonna have my cake and watch her too. Look at her go. What are those? Like, hello. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Actually, her looking up at me is kind of freaky, by the way. Especially when her head keeps coming around in circles. Oh, God, that's terrifying. Like, I can't go this one, maybe? You're gonna stop? I notice it's not printing. Like, I'm gonna go somewhere else. That's better. What's she doing? She's like, maybe through it. I mean, I should make it where she's actually able to float through things and have a flying movement system. But I program the movement system for everybody else and not the flying character. Because flying characters have to have a different movement system. How much creepier is that? She's like, hello. Oh no. Oh God. Watching me. I hate it. And over here. I just don't think free games are worth making. I'm just gonna say it. If you make a free game, make it for a game jam, because at least people will play it and everyone will be like, oh, it's a game jam, so it doesn't gotta be that impressive. But if you make it for just randomly, people playing are gonna expect a real experience. And you might as well make a game that's, you can charge for at that point if that's your goal. Even in game jams, the only people who play those are usually people in the game jam. Nobody else plays that crap. Why would you? That's why I'm just working on one project, and it just gets more and more impressive as I go along. She's not, well, might be stuck. I would see if she gets stuck after, do a bit of a test, but she seems like she's doing okay now. Plus the creepy look up. Oh, nope, she's caught on the chair. She's like, I don't understand chair. Chair, they're complicated. Oh, she sees me. Oh, good. She's only ready to, move towards me if she's within 100, actually 1,000 of me. She'll come towards me instead after maybe. Yeah. It's like, hello. Yo. Not the upskirt you're expecting. Oh god. Terrifying. I haven't rigged her to blink, so she just has a perpetual stare, but I don't think I'm gonna make it so she blinks. I don't think I want her to blink. I didn't even make her fly though. Like she's a fake fly. I'm not designing the entire setup for that though. Right now, later on I will. The way it works is that because Epic only programmed in land-based AI with dam meshes and stuff, they can't you have to use a different system for moving around. You have to basically make your own AI. I remember a tutorial on how to do it once. I did it in a different game. I don't remember it. I think it's based on relative movement, like double relative movements in order to get places. I'll have to look into that, but I'm not doing that right now. What I'm gonna do is turn this fan off because now it's really been running in. It's like 7:10 a.m. now, and it's been running all night. 1 second, it's just right over this. Well, you can do it as a hobby, you know. You don't have to, like, I would just do game jams. If you're going to want to make get people to play your game and not charge money, not make an experience that anyone really cares about, game jams are about the only way anyone's ever going to play a game. That's what I found. Like, everyone has high expectations if you release a game, even if it's a prototype, apparently. But if you put it in a game jam, people have no expectations. They expect it to be garbage. So if it's like better than garbage, people will praise it. Admittedly, all you'll ever win is fame amongst people in the game jam. If your game is good, it's never going to be like, you're not going to get anyone else to really play. That's what I've seen so far. And you could build an audience who, you know, everyone's just like, you know, you're an influencer, people love you. In which case, you know, I always said, well, Mr. Beast made a game where you literally just, you put your hand on a button. People played that. Admittedly, there was a big cash prize. That's why they played it. But still, like, you know, or PewDiePie could make Hangman and people would play that. Just because he made it. So unless you're really popular and you have an inbuilt fan base who will do anything, you know, play anything you make, probably not going to make, you know, get a lot of people play your random trash game. So, a lot of people won't even look at these free games. I mean, consider the free games that exist out there. The various freemium games and what the experience they provide for $0. There's people just have a lot of games. So, I mean, if you're going to take the time to make a game, I think it's better to just make a good game. Don't make like a half-ass thing. Make a good game. I don't feel like going, if you just make lots of games, blah, blah, blah. No. Don't make lots of games. Make good games. I would rather have one good game than 100 just mediocre pieces of crap. Also, don't abandon your game once you release it. Jesus Christ. I remember people like going, well, you only get one attempt time that anyone ever sees it. And that first impression, you know, you can start advertising afterwards. You could post it. You could, you know, screenshot Saturday it, show people your game. And it's not all about the Steam algorithm. So funny, people are like, I spent 2 years on this game. It failed on Steam because it didn't get the algorithm, so I dumped it. But you could have just advertised it. It's probably a good game. Steam algorithm is not necessarily your friend. It's not because your game is bad, it's just because it's not your friend. This character. I don't want to screw with AI right now. I'm kind of intoxicated. I don't even know if I'll... Maybe. Well, get to making that adequate RPG Maker game. And, yeah. I wonder if I can put the restream chat on here. Okay. I feel like I should have this on my screen. Browser sold. Alright. Voice isn't login. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna find a way to put the restream chat on the screen. Oh. Not now though. I was like, I'll just put this up. It'll be so good. I can show people the YouTube chat and the other. Actually, I wonder if the regular chat just shows it. Yeah. I don't know, anyway. So I'll just deal with that some other time. Oh yeah. I mean, you know, listen, if you're a game dev, you can be schizophrenic delusional. It's fine. It's perfectly good. I just talked to both chats. I definitely... There's something where Twitch doesn't like it when you have stuff from YouTube on it. I took all the stuff off for that very reason, and then what happened was that also includes all the things asking people to follow or subscribe, so then almost nobody follows or subscribes. It's not a very good plan when you think about it. The guy's like, well, what if you got banned on Twitch? Man, I have 17 followers on Twitch. Whatever. Ban me. Okay. Oh, nuts. My life, it is ruined. What shall I do? Oh, no. I did pick up one today. I had 16 before. Yeah, I'll figure it out. I got like as many as like 4 or 5 people tonight on watching. At this point, I think YouTube actually has more people watching. Interesting. It's only like 2 on YouTube, so you know. Restream says there's 4 people watching, which is interesting because Twitch says there's only, well, there's 2 now. So there you go. Yeah. The numbers are always all over the place. You never really know until you know. Oh, hi, E6M6, or E63M6. How goes it? You're just in time to see me talk about my schizophrenic delusions. Someone else who's on a different, was on YouTube. We've decided that people are going to talk to on other platforms because I don't have the chat on the screen or my schizophrenic delusions. Fernando Alonso. Do I know who he is? Oh. I mean, is it like a game dev? Is he? I don't know. Who is this Fernando Alonso? I'm somewhat intoxicated at the moment, so if I seem intoxicated at the moment, that's why. Do I? Hope he's a good-looking fella. Well, someone's been telling you about my driving record, if you know what I'm saying. Police officers, they still haven't found me yet. Those driving skills. And that old lady in that crosswalk, listen, she was in the wrong place at the... let's see. I mean, I can get behind it. He's attractive enough, fella. I gotta get myself some cool glasses and, you know, a green outfit, evidently. One day. One day. Oh, yeah, an F1 car. It probably helps. I'm just sitting in a corner, you know, pretending like I'm an F1. That'd be awesome. It's like, shh, shh. This is my F1 time. No, not game dev. F1 time. He's like, I'd be right about when they just, you know, bring the white coat for me. They're like, all right, this guy's, whoa, we're gonna have to take him away now. Someone told him he looked like Fernando Alonso, and now he just thinks he's an F1 driver. That happened. He's like, apparently the little message thing, he thinks it's an F1 driver as well. Good for it, you know? Listen, good for it. Oh, this character's broken. I forgot that. I don't want to mess with this character then. That character we'll talk about later. What is going on here? Okay. Drive for 23 years, non-stop F1? I mean, yeah, I'm old enough that I could have been driving 21 years non-stop F1. I'm just saying, I could tell you how to. Been 21 years when I 20 years old when I started at that point. Sadly, I did not opt to do that. I opted to. Did I do whatever? Go to school, I guess? College? I think I got into web development at the time. I think that's what it was. It's been a while. Well, I enjoy game dev. Like, I enjoy, you know, doing programming and making things and stuff like that. I mean, I made a pipe maze. Why did I make a pipe maze? Why not make a pipe maze? Where is the pipe maze? Intoxicated and driving my game around. This is my pipe maze for my tiny doll character to run through. I also like BSing with people. Just, you know, chatting. This is my toy maze. Supposed to run through it. I actually don't even know the way through the pipe maze. Or such a toy maze. I haven't put all the stuff in yet, but I built this basically today. Out of stuff. Oh. It jumps kind of hard. Do I have a wife? I mean, not that I know of, but then again, there was that one time in Vegas that I don't remember, so maybe? Listen, I ain't going back to Vegas, so I don't need to find out. Hey, I found her. Nice. I'm in California. If you've ever met many of the women in California, nobody gets married in California for a reason. Just saying. We don't need to talk about why. It's perfectly fine. I believe this is the right way. Did I find the right way? Maybe. I did. I found my way through the pipe maze. I can rescue this character, although I have no curse power here, so that's a problem. What happened there? I need a way to recover curse at this point because there's no way to get the character to launch into the thing. Okay, that was a mistake. I did not think about this part here. In order to recover the powers, in order to lift the things up, actually do need to have darkness in there. One should build their game for their mechanics, you know? This is a real problem. There's like no way to recover it here. That's disheartening. I guess you'd have to run all the way back around with the character sitting there? Oh, wow. I could reduce the attenuation on this. I don't know. Those of us who love game dev can do this for just infinite time. Wish I could see the visuals on how far that distance is. Apparently it's pretty far though. It's probably farther than it needs to be, honestly. I'll show me the restream chat up there. My very important restream chat, so you can see which ones are talking at any given time. I should totally be outside of range of this. I thought. Huh. The alcohol is winning the battle. 7:27 a.m. drinking alcohol, doing game dev. Slowly collecting followers on Twitch. Even slower collecting followers on subscribers on YouTube. Listen, this pale ale was not going to drink itself. It needed my help. And as the newly appointed Fernando Alonso of game dev, so decided by... Yeah. Guess you just have to be sad and try to recover your cursed power up here. Must be under the light somewhere. I'm so sad that like you have a wife and then leaves. Didn't even wait for, didn't even follow it up with a why. There must be another light somewhere. There's just no way. I mean, these are only set at 800 attenuation. There's no way. Stream chat up. Doesn't seem like this would be that far, but here we are with this way too big of a attenuation here. I guess I could expand this. I wasn't planning on expanding this, but now that I see that it could potentially be stuck here with no ability to actually, you know, lift the character out, we'll expand it a bit. For the one that goes right here, it must have been a while ago. I should have clicked it when I moved things, but I didn't. There we go, it's really old. It's fine. There. What's that? Don't. There's no way there's no versus. This is way farther than 1,000. There must be emitting light somewhere. Really on this side of the wall? Only said 800. World. Is it really that far? Because the light thing is usually based on attenuation. Attenuation there is only 300. Should be well outside of there. Seems like the attenuation on these is huge. It's changeable. Desperately trying to figure out why you can't. That's not gonna work. This doesn't have any light on it, does it? Oh, I see. For a LERP, you can actually do an alpha on a timeline. That reminds me, while I'm thinking about it. LERP rotator. I don't know why I split it up. It doesn't need to be split up at all. It's out of timeline. trying to get the character to move to a location, then set its rotation. And I'd forgotten exactly how that was done, and then I just saw it right there, and I was like, oh, okay. What? Loop track. We'll set this as like a 2-second turn. And then at 1, actually, we'll call this time 2 and value 1. And then I can do the curve so that it's a blend curve. It looks a little better usually than just the straight up normal one. And then NPC. Oh, never mind, it's already on NPC. Sure. See if this works. I'm missing a piece of this. I'll blame the alcohol if I am. Oh, she's confused. She's like, I can't leave this spot. I like this spot. Doing, pal? Just wandering along? More spastic, I get. Whoa. Oh. What would I wanted? Need some water to wash down that alcohol. Oh, we're spying on her. Just caught up in her little thing. There's a lot of weird spins now. Oh. Ordering a pumpkin time for me. Let's see. Take a quick bio break and empty out some of this alcohol. Can't convince myself to do more stuff. It's a bit cold in here now. Alright, so how am I getting the look direction though? I don't think I actually set that yet because I need to figure out the code to never mind. I have a direction there. I think I'm randoming it, right? It might be. Might be randoming it. Oh. Okay. Not a very good method. That's probably why she's spinning like a crazy person. I think my code works. It's just that, you know, her behavior pattern isn't very good. That's okay. I can get rid of this, though. This is just a stupid thing that should never exist. I was desperate for a way to make that work. But triggering something every single frame is never the right call. I've been streaming 6 hours and 46 minutes. I was like, I'll stream a couple hours. It'll be fine. Do it anything else. Which now I'm kind of at that point where I'm more staring at the screen and actually being useful. At least I made my pipe maze. That's always nice. Really weirded out by this light issue. There's a lot of points there where it seems like I should be perpetually under the effects of the whole darkness thing, and yet I'm not. Like there's a hidden light somewhere. I suppose I had to solve this mystery because the big issue is that can't, you know, tell if you're in light or not. That doesn't really help because that's kind of, you know, how you recover your cursor go insane depending upon which way you're going. So kind of important. Let's see, these have to be unlocked, right? Come on. Let's check if it's blocked, and if it is blocked, I'll just try in light again. I've come to the conclusion that if I have someone who's like talking, I can pretty much go forever. And the second no one's chatting, it's like just falling over asleep. Okay, this is weird. This should not be the case because I literally it's not supposed to be generating light. We're counting as generating light. And yet it is. What if I take the painting out entirely? I give it like another 6 minutes of stream, and then I'm probably gonna log off. It'll be 8 a.m. at that point. I'll probably end up streaming later today because I think better. And this is weird. There's nothing giving me light here. Why in the world am I caught up as counting in light? Just took the only thing out that supposedly generates light, and yet apparently light is still being generated. Something. Player start doesn't have anything. It's a player start. Is it the lamp? These are questions I do not have a good answer for. Something is generating light, but it doesn't look like it. Well, something is checking. Is their code just messed up for that? Now she counts as being in it. Above. These things have an attenuation radius of 3,000. That has to be the case. Like, there's no way this doesn't work. What in the world? Yeah, it turns out that in fact there was another light. Paintings have a low attenuation, so oh yeah, except longer than this. Probably gonna call it. Yeah, see, now I'm perfect. Now I'm getting cursed cars back. Even this, like, say, I haven't unlocked it yet, so. Now the paintings barely have any distance. I have to adjust it. That's attenuation of 1,000. I'm looking for this thing here. It doesn't look like it's actually giving off light the whole time. And we'll do it in the construction script. That's better. Much better indeed. So, I do other curves, sure. Create. And so if I run back, does it count? Ah, attenuation radius is terrible. Oh, hey, Blood. Some of them? I'm responsible for a lot of the female models and not so many of the others. Depends on what it is. Like, I'm responsible for Poppet and some came from the Unreal Marketplace. Some came from Humble Bundles that just gave me Unreal Marketplace stuff. I have never heard of Emerald Marketplace. I pretty much just use Unreal Marketplace. I don't usually like a lot of the little side ones or the weird places. But Unreal's been pretty good. I mean, I got like my whole steampunky vibe from there and everything. I mean, you got to build it all, so that's cool. Like hand-drawn style is in finding assets that are hand-drawn, or like the engine you're going to use to make it. I mean, technically you can use any engine to produce the hand-drawn game. So if you're going to do 3D, Unreal Engine makes the best sense, I find, because it's just the best 3D engine. If you're going to do 2D for mobile or something like that, then probably Godot. I don't like... How do you make it look like a game? Well, I can't speak for how things work in, you know, Unreal or actually in Unity or Godot. But, you know, in Unreal Engine, if I want to have an image in here right now, I might. Blah, 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 blah. Paintings. Canvases. Like if I want a character to be, you know, or a painting to be in here, I can just put something on the map. It's like a... And then now that's just a thing in the world. So one of the things you can really do is that kind of setup, where you can just drop things in the world and then run in front of them. If you have 2D stuff, you can make paintings this way, or it's like images of stuff. I mean, it's a solid object. You can have images be their own collision. Let me drag an image in so I can give you a good example. Well, I guess I don't have a 2D setup there. I was doing Paper ZD for a while. Let me, I don't have the game for it anymore, but I will bring up the thing I had for it so you can see something that was done with a 2D character in a 3D world. Like this is done with a character that is the character herself is a 2D character. And she, she's moving around, things like that. I changed her up to a 3D model later, but as you can see, through clever trickery of the fact that she has different angles for her character, she was able to do all that. That's an option. That's with like paper ZD and 3D models. Then let's see here. Do I have the I do. How old is this stuff? Uh-oh. I was looking back through a bunch of the old, ImageGur stuff. Let me find it. Oh. Oh, that was RPG Maker, which you can definitely use for that kind of stuff if you want. What do I do with it? Huh. I didn't keep it. I thought I had some 2D stuff to show you. I mean, I had RPG Maker 2D stuff. Well, you might actually like this was actually done with RPG Maker. If you're really bored. How about physics with RPG Maker though? But yeah, like you can do paper ZD or even paper 2D, and just putting images in the background, just like a parallax type of setup, you can actually create worlds out of 2D stuff. And then paper 2D, paper ZD, both these things have the ability to animate a character. Actually, let me show you something on the Unreal Marketplace that would probably appeal to you. This is a 2D in Unreal Engine with physics and stuff. I mean, it's possible. This is a pre-made thingy. You can just pick it up off the Unreal Marketplace. There's also tutorials on how to make a 2D game. See, I'll have to look it up. I will do that. Well, when I first started, this was the tutorial series I followed on how to make a 2D platformer in Unreal Engine 4. So you can do 2D in Unreal Engine and, make cool stuff and make it all work. Is it the best engine for 2D? Maybe. I don't know. I think it's much better if you plan on using like a 2D 3D hybrid, but It can clearly do 2D just fine. I've also got no real experience with Godot or Unity, so it's kind of hard to really say what they can and can't do. At this point, I wouldn't use Unity just because they seem like a dishonest company, so I'd rather use Godot, but if I had to pick between the two. Anyway, that's probably what I would go with. This is Pixel 2D Engine, General Marketplace. Looks a lot like this. Got pretty good reviews. I own it, but I don't really feel like making a 2D game right now, so I'm working on it. But you know, worth it if you're into that sort of thing. And the fact that this has like all kinds of these, like everything already made for you, is pretty nice. I mean, I was gonna make a little like game jam platformer. Wouldn't be a bad decision. Anyway, hopefully that helps answer the questions. He wandered off. Anyway. What's I even doing? I don't know. I'm not gonna use these lights anyway. Oh, I solved the mystery of the lights there, and now I was trying to solve the paint. Why it wasn't really counting for lights. Well, first of all, let's test something here. If blocked and not blocked. Okay, that light is the saddest thing I've seen in ages. Might have been the attenuation's too low. Oh, good, it works. Now she counts as being in the light. Perfect. You can still recharge yourself over. I might tone down the particle a bit more too. Also, the camera near is still a little crappy, however you look at it. I don't quite like it. Austrian, no problem. Need to destroy her hat though when she leaves. That reflection on that glass is terrible. Boing, boing. Yeah. Okay, so I'll fix old Annie here, and then I will call it for the night. Well, till later today. Better to do. Why in the world does this doesn't move anywhere? I don't understand. Oh, I broke it right there. Okay, perfect. Do I have it non-destroyed already? Maybe. I have to rename this, won't I? Hours and 14 minutes stream. I did pick up a follower today. Very exciting. But I definitely think that this will be the end of the last thing I do tonight. I just it has to be can't be saved, can't be lifted for them to work. Ah, it kills the hat now too. Perfect. All right, well, with my pipe maze done, the character saved, all working perfectly. Even mess with the path and things like that. Things have been pretty good today. I'll probably be back later today to stream. I have better. Got some days off. Might as well stream. Good to do. But as it is now, I'm definitely going to call it. So thanks for watching. Um, Follow, subscribe if you want. If not, I'll still be here working on my game. See ya.